Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. We would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket.
Good morning, good evening, good dawn, good dusk, wherever you are in the world. It's guerrilla cricket, and it's game 51. The World Cup. They do it a lot quicker than the IPL, though, I tell you. Anyway, it is game 51 of the World T20. It's a lot more fun than the IPL too. But it's a biggie. It's a biggie today. It's Australia versus India. And you know what? Australia actually have to win because they lost to Afghanistan, which makes life very interesting. India will be a bit befuddled that they're not playing the last possible group game of this situation, as normally the ICC allows, just to, so they know what we've got to do in the last game. They could potentially go out. Someone sent some mad WhatsApp today, didn't it? If Australia beat India by 41 runs and Bangladesh lose to Afghanistan by 81, then India would be out, apparently. Don't know if it's a conspiracy theory or not.
Yeah.
But hey-ho, that's the situation. Anyway, Australia won the toss, is that right? And decided to field.
Yes.
And the teams are as follows. India go Rohit Sharma, Virat Kohli, Rishabh Pant, Surya Kumar Yadav, Shivam Dubey, Hardik Pandya, Ravindra Jadeja, Axar Patel, Kuldeep Yadav, Arshdeep Singh. That's pretty much unchanged as far as I can see. Australia go in David Warner, Travis Head, Mitch Marsh, Glenn Maxwell, Marcus Stoinis, Tim David, Matthew Wade, Pat Cummins, Mitchell Starc, Adam Zampa and Josh Hazlewood. So is that Hazlewood back in or Starc back in? What are the changes there?
Starc back in for Agar.
That's right.
Agar, yeah.
Well, you can hear my compadres on the old Zoom call. I've got messages all the way from Perth, rooting for Australia.
Yes, indeed. It's going to be warm and humid. and very windy, with the possibility of a shower. It seems the West Indies, wherever you are, there's a possibility of a shower. But I think we'll get a full game in today. And I would have had Inglis in instead of Wade, who had a shocker last match.
Well, Wade, you know my feelings on Wade. I'm not going to say it today. I might do if he winds me up a little bit later. It might start expletives coming out. But, of course, batting for India, we got an Indo. Huh?
I said there's something with Aussie wicket keepers.
Yeah, there is. There's always something with Aussie wicket keepers. They're all evil. Well, Tim Payne was innocuous, but, you know, then we see what happened later. That's probably because he was pretty shit, really. He was just a stopgap captain because they needed one. Oh, for crying out loud, my monitors aren't working. So how do you... well, let's go to you and Indo first. How do you see this game going out? Been asked to bat. Looking good, actually, at the moment, India. Looking pretty strong, I have to say.
I think they always look good before they play Australia, and then they look shit. So that's been a pattern for the past few years, unfortunately. Since Gabba. so I don't see that changing today. If India's very lucky, then they come away with a win, but I think Australia go in as favourites in the third match. I think Rohit Sharma would also have wanted to bowl. We wanted to give Bumrah the conditions here, but it is what it is, and they've just got to go out there and put on as many runs as they can. And the fact that it's a belter hopefully helps the Indian batters who are now fed on the IPL, so they've forgotten to bat everywhere else.
Well, yeah, I'm not sure it's going to be a belter. It's difficult to say because, as we were just talking about before we came on air, England versus West Indies, pitch was a belter. Lots of runs, looked really fucking easy and difficult to bowl on. Pitch number 2 England played on against South Africa, we thought was the same as pitch number 1, but it turned out it wasn't. And actually 160 was a decent score, whereas on the pitch that the West Indies lost to us on, you'd have said, I mean, we got them with 17 point something over, so you'd probably want 210, 220. Would be to sort of look like it was a par score that day. That's a big difference. There's about 60 run difference in the wickets, which is weird because they're right next to each other. So don't ask me how that happens. And it may have been time of day, you see. England, it may be that with the when the sun bakes on the pitch and it's hot, it's slower and stodgier for some reason. That doesn't make sense. Whereas at night, well, I guess cools down a little bit, it compresses, and maybe it's a little bit harder and it comes onto the bat better. Who knows? The dynamics of pitches. We're about to get going. I shall play some jingles.
We've got a couple of minutes.
I was
just going to say, I see Australia is on the decline at the moment, and India on the rise, as are England. I think India have got to be very much favourites for this game.
Yeah, I mean, I'd have said that too, actually. But I know what Australia are like, and they're mongrels. And
Mitchell Stark bowling to Rohit Sharma, so it's probably going to be 0 for 1 anyway.
Well, I'm trying to get the under in before the game starts, but they didn't have it up earlier. And they still haven't got it up, the fuckers. They know that's going to happen too. By the way, the bookies have India's favourites at 5 to 4 on. Australia at even, so it's pretty, not much in it.
Yeah. No point putting money in it.
No, I wouldn't put money on those odds, not at this point. Not before the first ball is bowled. That would be it wouldn't necessarily be a waste of money. It's a 50-50, essentially. We're waiting for this to count down. I suppose West Indies out. I suppose you should talk about that. Lost to Saffers. I looked at the scoreboard this morning and thought, they lost. And then I realised it was DLS. They only lost about 2 overs or something. Because the scores were virtually identical anyway.
Yeah.
I would have loved to see the West Indies win, actually.
Yes.
That would have been extraordinarily funny and harsh on the Saffers, but it would have been funny.
Well, South Africa have won all their games and been unconvincing in every one of them.
Yeah, so they're guaranteed to win it now, aren't they?
It sounds like a World Cup winner, exactly.
Exactly that. And they'll have a blinder in the final and finally show what they're worth. Well, if they do, good luck to them, man. They have got a pretty strong side, you'd have to say. I guess I don't really rate Shamsi much. As a second spinner, he's a bit erratic. Anyway, we're going to start this game. Mitchell Stark is in first ball, full toss outside the off stump. Should have been smashed pitched for 4, but no, Rohit plays it straight to point, and there ain't no run. But let's play some jingles. We've got Rohit. Mitch Stark. They're giving me 23.5 runs for the first wicket. I'll take that. Stark into Rohit. Oh dear, he's out. What a fucking idiot. Surely that's out, isn't it? He's gone to play out a really wide one as Rohit. He's either hit it into the ground, but I thought he hit it after the bounce and just basically played it to first slip. Are they going to review that? I would. I think it was caught.
The umpires
are going to have a look upstairs.
Yeah.
So they are. Well, I don't like this when umpires take the game into their own hands. Either the team has got to review it because it was given not out. I don't know if they did the review signal. I think the umpires are just checking it out.
No, they didn't do a review because they hadn't got it. They appealed. Yes,
I didn't even see anyone appeal. Oh, okay.
Are they going looking upstairs? What the fuck is going on? Decision pending. Okay. And then they're taking fucking forever to wind it back. I thought. See, it was
getting worked up in the second ball. This is
this sort of bullshit just pisses me off. This is it. Right, here we go. Replay. It's full and it's outside off. And no, it's a bump ball. Okay, fine, sorted. Get on with it.
Yeah, it's bump ball.
It was a bump ball. It was full past the bat.
I don't know why anybody thought that was a catch.
For a minute, I did think it was a catch. But you can get your eyes can be deceived. But clearly, no one else was sure.
Full speed. I think it's fair enough for an umpire to say I'd like to be sure on that.
Yeah, of course.
I don't actually agree with you.
Better than getting that.
Really, the umpire has to go on first. You don't do that with an LBW. That's up to the fucking team to review it, right? It should be the same for a catch. It is for a catch normally. Stark, anyways. Next ball, clipped. Oh, quite near mid-on, but it's beat him, and it will go for 4 runs. First of the day. Nice shot. Bit aerial.
Well, that's Rohit Sharma.
Yeah, it is. Well, it's shit or bust with Rohit. And I think they got to play that way. I don't think you can change the way you play.
But he got the gap, so...
Yeah, exactly.
He split the field completely.
.4 start opening over the game. Start into Rohit, guides that down towards third man. There is a man there. It'll just be a single, which will bring the next man to the crease, who is, of course, one of my favourite jingles.
The Indian says signals that they'll knock us on her ass. The pitches are prepared without a sign of grass. The score is mounting quickly and they've got a talking lead. We don't mind the challenge, it's a beating we don't need. He lets lose all his shots when the bowlers are fatigued. And we wait to find the match is dead and our doom is for rat. And Davey Warner rides around and says, Colley's the cat, Colley's the cat.
And Stark bowls to him. First ball drives sweetly but straight at cover. Where I think Stoinis is fielding. And there ain't no run. 5 runs off the first 5 balls. Both teams will be reasonably happy with that, I'd have thought. Didn't get spanked for 20. And equally India didn't lose a wicket.
Well, the over's not over either.
Well, this is true. If it was a boxing match, it would be a 9-9 round or whatever it is. You can.
And Nindo's happy that Rohit's not out yet.
Well,
this is true. I mean, I've seen him get out so often with that ball going in.
Yeah. He used to miss it all the time. LBW bowled through the gate. Kohli just defends the last ball of that over. 5 for none. India at the end of the first over. Over to you, Messi. Give us some social.
And Muttley, as so often, is the first with us.
Sending us food porn.
Yes, he is. He says, Sleepy Mutt here, not long got up. Snacks at the ready. It's a repeat of the food porn for the earlier game. Tweet incoming, love and sausages. Brian Barry says, what's up, nerds? Kieran Roachblade says, afternoon all. Now, I've concluded that it doesn't matter who wins this match, Smug Prick Team A or Smug Prick Team B. And it doesn't matter even if one of them loses. They will still be smug pricks afterwards. That being said, I'm supporting Australia to help combat the ICC supporting India. Moggs with you, he said that's giving Australia a free review. The pricks, I don't think Australia would have reviewed it. I think they knew it wasn't that.
Well, exactly.
He says, is a no umpire referring to the third umpire anymore? Yes, they can refer it to the
They
third
can
umpire.
do, but I think it's a free review, and I don't think it's particularly fair. It's guided down towards third man, where there will be a single to Rohit, bringing Kohli back on strike.
Yeah, but where the point is that if the Aussies appeal, which they did, the umpire needs to give a decision. If the umpire is not sure, then you might as well ask when you have the technology, right? Why would you not ask?
If the umpire's not sure, I suppose, but
Yeah. Well, I guess if the umpire was sure, they wouldn't have asked.
well, yeah, but I think they should make
Or
the
the
team make
ones.
a decision. It's a tricky one, I suppose. If you say it like that, that's fair enough. Hazelwood is going to bowl the next over. First ball to Kohli. Out to mid wicket, and there's no run. Let's have a little jingle for Josh Hazelwood.
I'm afraid of Josh Hazelwood. I'm afraid when he bowls. I'm afraid of Josh Hazelwood. I'm afraid.
Well, he just bowls a test match length in a T20. And he does it pretty well, I'd say.
Yeah.
Doesn't have a huge amount of variations and all that nonsense. Just being Josh Hazelwood, essentially. And
Yeah.
that one's driven straight at cover, though. No run.
Hazelwood reminds me a bit of Glenn McGraw, actually.
Yes.
Obviously,
Yes.
I think McGraw was a better bowler, but
Well, you know, they're actually pretty close. I think Hazelwood, peak Hazelwood, I mean, he went off the ball for a little bit, but then he was injured, wasn't he, and came back. But
Yes,
pre that,
yeah.
and he was injured during the Ashes. He was, but kind of had a really effective game in a fourth test or something. He got 5 for, I think, in one of the games. I mean, he is a very good bowler. That's pulled by Kohli. It's gone up in the air. I think he's going to get away with. No, he's not going to get away with it. Fuck me, Davey Travis.
David.
Tim David?
Tim David.
Tim David has run back from probably mid-wicket. It's quite a way back. He's gone, what, 2/3 of the way back? And Kohli has pulled it up in the air. The Indian fans are stunned and looking unhappy. Kohli looks unhappy. He's gone for 0 off 5. Well, India, maybe you're right. And India, it's 6 for 1 in the
told you.
second over.
he's
But
just
that-
having a fucking
hold on.
bad
The
work.
crowd says.
He's having
The
literally
crowd
third
says.
bad work.
The crowd says you.
But it was, and Indo thought it was Rohit who was going to get out in first place.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, that's really not been playing well, right? I mean, he's except for what one innings or 1 or 2 innings. I mean, he's had a horrible World Cup.
What, Virat?
He has, yes.
Yeah, he's not had a great one. He had a really wicked IPL as well. He's come over here and it's deserted him. Well,
Yeah.
Sorry?
I said he had a really good IPL, and then
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's completely wasted all his batting in the IPL.
precisely.
Yes. Yeah. Well, it's a different game almost, isn't it? Leah
Yeah.
says, hello, everyone. I just couldn't miss Australia's last match at the tournament. Oof. And Jay says, I felt proper guilty after referring to myself as a fuckwit in the hearing of Brian's daughter yesterday, but Bear has already lapped me in foul language. Mint. I suspect Brian is wearing headphones today rather than letting his daughter listen to our tirades.
Yeah, there could be a few tirades incoming today. Runs at the full of the second wicket. I'm going under. I see 2 more wickets in the power play are coming. Then a bit of a recovery. Someone's going to recover. India 140 to 160, and then they bowl.
Oh, we have a
Then they bowl
super
well.
chat.
Well,
Got a super chat jingle.
okay, and you've just gone like a robot. The new batsman is Rishabh Pant, and it's been driven up to mid-off, and there is no run, and he sounds very short and sweet, like this. Well, give us that super chat, Messi.
It's Sagir, who has been on a lot with us lately and very generous, for gives us 10 Australian dollars for Kohli continuing his shit form and proving that karma is real.
Wow.
Cruel.
Hazelwood is into Pants, who just defends that, out for covers, and there's no run. And when you look at this Indian batting attack, losing Kohli is not the end of the world. You'd rather
No,
not.
it's
You know.
it's not. But yeah, it's not ideal, but it's not. But
Yeah.
anyway, I mean, they're going to lose the match, so that doesn't matter. Really.
Stop being such a pessimist. You sound like fucking Endo.
Brian says, I'm homesick for the day. Going to try and stay as amused and lucid as possible. Ravi Natarajan says, Messi is always on Guerrilla Cricket. I presume he's retired and is living out his golden years vicariously through Guerrilla Cricket. Well, that's just about spot on, Ravi.
Yeah.
I'm afraid you've got me pegged there. And I'm loving it, but I'm having to sleep double shifts, doing the morning game at 8:30 a.m. my time and the night game at 10:30 p.m. my time. So it's played havoc with my sleeping patterns, but I've been having a ball. I hope I'm not boring you by being here all the time.
No, Mitch Stark is in. Oh,
Not at all.
Kohli, he's out. Rohit plants that over extra cover in a very Rohit fashion. First of these of the day, nice shot. He doubles the score to 12 in 2.1 overs. Do you think India have a mental block over India now?
Australia, you mean?
Australia, yeah.
I think this team does, unfortunately.
But surely it's not in this form of cricket anyway, as well, because they've beaten them quite handily in the last few Test series they played. So it must be just white ball cricket.
I think it's not white ball cricket. I mean, even in the Test championships, the same thing happened.
Yeah,
I think it's more tournaments.
Well,
It's more knockout matches.
well, Stark, you can't bowl fucking there, you twat. He's got the same treatment. I think that's going to be another 6.
Yep.
It was wide and it was full. I think it hit the sponge on the full. I'm giving it 6. That was just a full wide half volley. You bowl that at Rohit and you get what you deserve, which is 6 runs. I think. Well, I'll say something about the World Test Championship. It's always an English ground, and I think English grounds. If you put Australia against most teams in the world in English conditions, they'll beat them because they're better at. They're just better at it, and it's
the same point for New Zealand.
Yeah, you know, and I just think it's a little unfair the World Test Championship always being in England, because if India got to the final and it was in India, they'd wall up everyone. And so it should just go around the world, and then you time it right.
It can't. That's the problem. That the way it's scheduled, the final needs to be in the English summer, and in the English summer you can't play in India and you can't play in Australia. So, so it has to be in England.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, can they play in the West Indies that time of year? It'll be pretty hot, I'd imagine.
Nobody's going to come to watch anyway.
Well,
Time zone thing too.
Well, that slapped over mid-on. He won't get 6 this time. He didn't quite catch it that well, but he's got himself 4. And this Stark over is going. Rohit suddenly moves on to 22 off 8 deliveries.
I think India made a big mistake this World Cup by getting Kohli to open. Yashasvi Jaiswal should have been the opener. Kohli coming in at number 3 or number 4. I mean, there is no way Kohli should be opening with Rohit. And time after time, he's failing.
Yeah, true.
Who would you have taken out?
Shivam Dube.
He'd have missed out. Fair enough. There was another really good opener in the. Not Jaiswal, but not the Jaiswal, but there was another one in the IPL who scored a shitload of runs, wasn't there?
Patidar?
No, didn't Patidar have a bit of a horror show?
There were a few actually.
Fuck me, this over's gone for 22.
Wow.
6-6-4-6. Rohit is going against Anindo's advice. Well, not advice, but his feelings, and he's giving it some to
The
Mitch
thing
Stark.
is, if Mitchell Stark does not get him in the first over, then this is what happens.
Yes, true. Well, he bowls it in the slot, doesn't he? He's always trying to find that swing, late swing into the pads, and it's basically a length ball that if it doesn't do what it's supposed to do, the batsman lines you up, just swings through the arc.
And when he goes for runs, he really goes for runs.
Yeah.
Stuff.
He went for 60 odd in
There's no
4
half
overs in
measures
an
with him.
IPL.
Yeah,
didn't he?
that's part of the price of having Stark in your team. He's got that killer ball, but he's also very expensive. He doesn't seem to be swinging it at all either.
Nope.
That
Yeah,
was a
so
beautiful
so
shot.
coming into that,
96 meters.
so unless India come up, up against the Bangladesh or Sri Lanka in a World Test final, I think they're going to struggle in in World Test
Yeah,
Championship
absolutely.
finals. Full stop. That one is outside the off stump. It's flat tapped by Rohit. It goes through to the keeper and there's no run. A first dot ball of the over. It's so far gone for 22. Some 3 almighty great.
India would love for that to happen. The problem is the other teams just don't play well enough to get there.
Well, exactly. So it's always going to. I mean, yeah. Even New Zealand.
It's
exactly.
England, New Zealand, Australia. Pretty much, we're going to get there.
South Africa
I
could get there.
Not even South Africa.
Oh, that's going to be a
Not
wide.
convinced.
Mitch Stark bowls a wide. He's not out of the over yet. We'll have the first one of these for the day. I don't know. They could, but again, I think they probably beat you in English conditions as well. Because if they got to the World Test Championship, I mean, India have got much better, maybe in years to come. But I mean, I guess if you play so much at home on the conditions you play at home, no matter how good you are, it's hard to adapt in such a short space of time to a team that's going to adapt probably quicker and is more suited to those conditions.
Yeah.
Rohit, Stark. Oh, that's a fucking filthy delivery. It could be a no ball. It could be a no ball that's gone for 6
that
because
ball's
it was a full bunger. It was a full
I don't think
bunger.
it would have been a no ball.
You don't think?
was
It seemed
dropping.
quite high to
No.
me. Yeah, it was dropping.
It dropped below his waist, I think.
29 runs off that over. You
Whoa,
fucking
that's
idiot,
a
Starkey.
shit over for Australia. Brian Barish confirms that I am living vicariously through Gorilla Creek. Kieran Roseblade says Kohli is a spent force, lads. You can only bat on roads when everyone loves him. You could never cut it on a wet Tuesday evening in Stoke. I actually don't agree. I still think Kohli is a wonderful batter to watch.
Yeah.
It's just that he's been in a bad trot, and I agree with an Indo about him opening.
Yeah, but I think
Bucks-
they did that though, didn't they? Because of the IPL, he opened in the IPL and scored 4 centuries or something stupid like that,
Marty says Messi is a stalwart of the alternative cricketing commentary scene. I didn't know we had a scene. But
Well, yeah, it's passed me by too.
No doubt about that. I second that.
Yeah, Rishabh Pant defended back down the track, and there is a no run as Hazelwood starts his second over. Suddenly the run rate is up over 11. Good start from India all of a sudden. That Rohit was absolutely splattered Stark all over the park. And it would be interesting if Australia lost it. I can see Afghanistan beating Bangladesh, and suddenly Australia bye-bye, which would be quite crazy. Yeah, they need to drag it back.
Afghanistan's got the tail up now, so.
Yeah, well,
anything can
exactly.
happen.
yes.
Pant chopped into the offside and there's no run. It just seems to me if you can get the top 2 or 3 out, then you've got a good chance of beating them.
Well, that's the thing.
I mean,
If Australia, once you get to number 3, you're into the tail as
Yeah.
far as Afghanistan.
When it comes to international,
But I mean, that they Australia couldn't get that opening wicket, and that they played really poorly, I thought.
But you know what I think Afghanistan really went away with, and which is going to be a strength for them, the memory of that, is once they got Glenn Maxwell, they were under the ramp, right? Once they got Glenn Maxwell, the way they played, the way they fielded and fought, that will give them so much self-belief.
Yeah,
They played beautifully.
and I guess while he was
They really
out there,
did.
they were thinking, "Fuck, not again."
Yes.
But as soon as
I
they
bet
got
they
him
were.
out, they thought, "Right, we can do this." Yeah, that demon has been vanquished. Hazelwood is in to Rishabh Pant, who works it into the leg side. Thinks about a single. Oh dear, then there's a terrible misfield at mid wicket, which allows them to get through for a single. Is it the old skipper himself?
Yep.
I noticed that Virat was the one giving a bit of a chat in the huddle at the beginning of the game instead of the captain Rohit, unless Rohit said Virat just talk. That's a good catch from Tim David.
Well, that's something Australia could use, is actually catching it.
Yeah, so he's dropped 16 catches in this tournament. Very un-Australian.
Yeah.
No, that's
Yeah.
why they imported a player from Singapore who could catch.
Fair point.
Hazelwood coming into bowl. Ooh, chopped
Oof.
off the inside edge
Very
onto
lucky.
his onto his thigh, I think, and then trickled past the stumps. No run. Rohit on strike again. Stark shouldn't get a third over, really, should he?
No, I'm sure he won't.
Oh, he should definitely get a third over.
It might be, depending on who's striking at the beginning of the over at the other end. If it's Rishabh Pant, they might want to do it. But as you said, there doesn't seem to be a lot of swing. Cut behind square by Rohit. Get himself a single.
Hazelwood, just going back to what we were discussing before, it's just metronomic. He's
Yes.
and he's got this expression on his face when he comes back in and just keeps bowling at the same place.
Yeah, the thing he does, wise like McGrath, he is metronomic. But he bowls it tight to that off stump, so you can never quite get the room to cut, or enough room to give it a big spank. And he never over pitches because it's always back. It's always
and you know
back
it's going to
leg.
move a little bit.
Yeah.
You know it's going to move a little bit. So
But that's what I mean.
very rarely.
It's just test match bowling, but in a in a T20 setting, which normally doesn't work at all. Anyway, Hazelwood is in, bowls that length again, tight on the off stump, going across Rishabh, who just defends it into the ground. There's no run, and hauled that one back. It's only 2 runs off that over.
So we had 29 runs off 1 over and 8 off the other 3 overs.
Exactly. I suppose they don't matter.
Yeah, we've got another super chat. This time from Hattie the Baddie. She sent us £2 for the craziest scene. Thank you. And from Jay Grover, £5. As me blood were about 50% spiced rum and ginger beer yesterday. Here's a $5 and apology. You muppets.
Oh, thank you, Jay.
Thank you, Jay. Stephen Kelk's with us. There's Praise Be. What do we have here? Yeah, he's being lectured by his home vicar for the last weekend. That's why he's into Praise Be. Marty says, what about somewhere neutral like the UAE for the World Cup Test World Cup final, World Championship final? You wouldn't get crowds there. You need crowds for it.
Yeah, you do need crowds for a final, and you are guaranteed those in England. Well, the thing is, would you get them in India if it wasn't India in the final? That's a good
Cairns.
Well, Pat Cummins is in, and Rohit's gone in the air. Has it got enough on it? Yeah, it's got enough on it. It's gone on the roof.
Oh, fuck.
It's got more than enough.
The number of the day really hops and kicks.
Jeez.
The number of the day is 666.
That might be with the wind. I don't know. Wind assisted.
Well, it's in the-
Yeah, it looks like the rain's just popped up.
It's raining
Yeah.
too.
It's raining, yeah.
It's a little shower. I thought that was a bit top
Well,
edgy.
that's in the
but
middle of the bat.
they're right out of the middle of the bat. I think these are going to be little squalls, aren't they?
100
Come and
meters.
go. As I said, I've been to
Oh, wow.
St Lucia just before this time of year, and when you had rain,
That must have been hard.
well, it was, we had 2 weeks there. It was great. Very sunny when we were there. But
that
when they
stopped,
had
yes.
afternoon rains, and they'd be like from 2 o'clock for about an hour. It'd be pretty bloody hard, and then it would be fine again.
It's very windy as well.
Yeah,
I think it will blow away.
yeah, exactly. So they blow through pretty quick.
Yeah, I think so.
It's like a 20%.
Oh, well,
And,
the rain break
rain,
gives
so
me a
it's
chance to
shower.
catch up with some of the messages. Stephen Kelk says, a wet Tuesday evening in Stoke sounds like a challenge for the best of us. I think it would be. And he also says, Guerrilla Cricket seems quite a bit ahead of my ICC feed, which kind of sums
Yes,
it all
it
up,
is.
really.
We're ahead of the
It is,
ICC feed.
I've got the ICC. I've got the feed on Star here, and it's at least the ball slower.
Wow.
Oh, that's interesting, because my Amazon feed here is almost exactly the same as Bear's one. that's too complicated. What's the story with that end? The bowlers are being cut down like a bayonet charge at the Somme, says Mog. I think they're just not bowling well.
Yeah.
Rohit showing Kohli how to bat in an international game, says Sagir. Who the hell thought it would be a good idea? And Mog says, this is a phrase that is multi-usable in that he applies it wherever cricket is subject to rain. He says, who the hell thought it would be a good idea to play cricket in the West Indies in June?
Wow.
And Stephen Kelk blames Kieran Roseblade for talking about rain and Stoke, which is not an appealing prospect, to be totally honest.
To be fair, it looks like it's stopped and the sun's come out. Maybe not.
That didn't take long. It
Yeah,
has.
It has, yeah. They're taking the covers off.
Yep.
Yeah, that was a very passing shot. I reckon we'll be back within 3 minutes. Muttley's kindly sent us a copy of his Mahjong winning match. He only took 3 rounds to win today. Leah says, you're right, messes, about the Afghan tail starting at 3, but they won despite being on the receiving end of a hat-trick, which is testament to their aptness. Isn't it weird having
that's the
3
thing.
hat-tricks in 2 days?
I know, that is kind of weird.
That is just...
But that is the problem with Afghanistan. If they get off, if the top 2 score a lot of runs, I mean, this is why I think they're better off batting first. If they get runs on the board, I think as a bowling unit, they're pretty able to contain. I mean, some teams will get on top of them, but if you gave them 150, 160 runs and said you've got that to bowl at, they give it a good go. Whereas if you told them to chase 160 to 180, they'd struggle. And especially if they lose a couple of wickets, they might start it again, and the wind is really strong. But no.
So Umbrella was asking whether the GPL's open. I'm just having a look now. It should be, shouldn't it, Bear?
The GPL should be. I set one up for today.
Yes, it is open now. You must have looked. Oh no, sorry, it's not. You've got it up for England versus USA and Barbados.
Sure, I set one up.
Which I don't think we even looked at.
I did. No one won it.
All right.
No, it was 2-3-2.
So,
I will set one up right now. It'll start in a minute. You know, I'll give it till 20 past today because you get 20 minutes on it.
Yeah.
What are we on today? West Indies? No. Bangladesh, India? No.
I'd give it till half past because we're obviously going to lose at least 10 minutes for the rain.
That's true. I'll give it till half past.
Yeah.
How about that?
Yeah.
That's the 24th today. I'll start it at 4 o'clock because I think the computer needs time. I think the database needs time to clock it up. So I'll give it 2 minutes before it opens, and it'll shut at 60. It'll shut at 4:30. So you get half an hour. Boom.
Thank you for drawing that to our attention, Ombre.
Indeed. Yeah, the pot shot up in literally a couple of days to 60 quid. That's why more of you should play it. It gets more interesting the more runs there are. More
I did my bit.
You always do, Messi. I'm not having a go at you.
No. I'm Brandon Weaver. This is afternoon wonderful Guerrilla Cricket. At this point, I'm not sniggering that King K has gone for minimal runs this World Cup. Desperately want India and Afghanistan to win, as it would be great to see Afghanistan making a semi. Has Kohli made it past the total of 10 runs yet? Yeah, he did have one good innings in the last game, didn't he, in India?
Yeah, he did. I think 30-something, maybe.
It's as much about.
Did Bear just say Dave Lee Travis took a catch? Also, Lindo is a precognitive fucking sage. Well, when that catch was being taken, you said, Travis. And he thought you said Dave Lee Travis.
Oh, right, yeah. I thought it was Travis Head from behind, but then I saw David on his uniform and I was thinking, David, who's David?
Yeah, he reckons an Indo is a precognitive sage.
Why? What did
because
I do?
you said they'd lose wickets straight away.
Okay. Wow, that's because I've followed India for longer than anybody else, probably. I can anticipate
and Leah says she's going to record her preview of the English Test Summer tomorrow. Can you believe the last time Sri Lanka toured England, they were captained by Matthews? it was 8 fucking years ago. Well, I wouldn't be surprised if Matthews came back as captain again. He's got a remarkable resilience, has Angelo Matthews.
He's not that old. He's about 34, isn't he, or something? Or is he 36?
Oh, he's more than that.
Is he?
Probably more than that.
I should
But he's
look
not as
him
old.
up
You
for
think? I always think he should be about 39, 40 now, but he's a good 3 or 4 years younger than that.
Right, all right. Teams.
Well, they're coming out again. We're going to get to carry on. They've done a bit of roping of the outfield, which is probably all they need to do. It'll be a bit slippery, which won't help Australia. And India have got off to a good start, 43 for 1 after 4.1, mainly helped by 1 over from Rohit. He hit for 20, what did he hit for? 28 or something? 30 runs? 30 runs off an over. 29.
37, Angelo Matthews is. There you go.
Okay. Well, he's not the 39 that I thought he was. 37, he could still play a part.
Yeah.
But Sri Lanka were pretty fucking useless in this tournament. But Bangladesh, lucky to get through to the Super 8s, have been pretty poor. USA, well, they've been poor, but, you know, they're plucky underdogs, so can't have a pop at them
I think they ran out of puff.
They totally ran out of puff.
Because they didn't lose a match by much until the one before England. Who was that?
West Indies.
West Indies.
Yeah, they did. West Indies did pretty much the same thing we did to them. Put them to the sword and then score the runs in double quick time. But Home Nation are out now. So what happens to the crowds? Do they not give a shit anymore?
Mog says, I wonder if they feel a bit embarrassed about rushing the covers out there so fast. I actually think they did really well to do it fast, because even though it didn't rain for long, it can rain very hard, very suddenly in the West Indies.
Yeah, exactly. Bucketfuls of water wouldn't have done the pitch any good. Would have made it spicy for the bowlers.
Yeah, and given the experience earlier in the tournament at Florida, right? When they had to abandon matches even when it didn't rain, just because it was wet. So I guess they're taking no chances.
Yeah. Aaron says the sun is out because the bear started talking about Lucia and the lovely holidays. Dara Azizi says, hi all, patrolling the desert with only cacti and rattlesnakes for company. Thank goodness I have Guerrilla Cricket as a partner. And Brian Barish says he's going to be in the desert this weekend. You know how to enjoy yourself.
Well,
important message for you, Bear. Brian in Brisbane says, afternoon all, hope Australia gets their shit together today. To Bear, doorbell around 4:30 to help you say nice things about Australia.
it's not going to. Well, I was just replying to him on the WhatsApp one. I don't know if I can say nice things about Australia, Brian. You know, it's inbuilt. If they play well, I'll give them credit. But let's have a look. Pat Cummins is back into the attack. First ball into Rohit. Gets on the iPad and there's no run. This might stop them for a little bit. And I guess Australia will hope that they can pull something back. With a little rain delay, get their heads back together. I might have to.
Cummins pulled his legs back a bit there. So started there.
Well, that's what they're good at, Australian bowlers. They've got enough pace and enough experience and know how to hit the deck. Got 2 hat-tricks in 2 days with Pat Cummins, followed by Chris Jordan yesterday. Very weird scenarios. Cummins, full wide, driven, and it's going to be 4 runs. That's not a good shot. That's a good shot, not a good ball.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Neatly cut through that field with the cut.
Yes. When Rohit's on, he can be lovely to watch.
Oh yeah.
Well, it wasn't a cut. It was more square drive than anything else.
He's good at that shot. Give him width. Give him. Bowled it. He's good at the pull. He's a bit of a compulsive hooker. He's a happy hooker. Gets him into trouble at times. Cummins in. Ooh. Pushed at that one outside. Off stump. Nearly got the edge. Through to the keeper, and there's no run.
Seemed to get a little bit of tennis ball bounce on that.
Yeah, it was a little bit wide and maybe a little shave off the deck to go away.
That ball really rose.
Yeah. Rohit was trying to play it on the up through the offside. Could quite easily got an edge through, snicked through to the keeper, but he didn't. Well, I mean, down the track. Oh dear, got away with that. Rohit's come down the track, played an ugly flap, but he's got it over the slip, and it's gone down to the boundary. Third man for 4 runs. That was horrible.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
And Australia have got to think here. If we can get bloody Rohit out, maybe we can slow him down a bit, because he scored 49, and they've got 49 for 1. No, 51. How many?
Fifth over, is it?
He's on 49.
He's on 49 out of 51. So the rest of the team have scored 2, and one of those was a wide.
Wow.
That was wide of off stump. Puts it into the offside. Beats cover. They'll get through for the single, and that's Rohit's 50 off 18 deliveries. That's some
19.
19 deliveries. Wow, well, that's pretty good going from the skipper. Captain's innings.
Don't stop just cause you got to 50. Don't stop, treat it as a start. You can use this to get a better score. The first 50's done, the first 50's done. Ooh,
Okay, I'll see you folks. See you folks later. We're done. We're changing now.
Oh,
We're 7 overs today.
Oh, we're 7 overs.
yeah, we got another over after this. In fact, we got another 2
Another
overs.
2.
2 more.
Yeah. Stephen Kelk says, I think the ICC may be more real time than I thought. Whenever you flick to another tab, it loses time and you have to click go live to get back to the frontier. Yeah, that happens on a number of apps I've noticed. Stephen Kelk says Australia's problem is no Zampa. Bring him on. He'll come on in the next.
He'll come on straight out of power play, I'd imagine, much like England used Adil Rashid. That one's into the pads, goes out on the offside. They'll get through for a leg by. They do indeed. 53 for 1. Yeah.
Okay, I'm predicting that Punt's going to go after Hazelwood now.
Yeah, right, okay.
You think he's feeling left behind?
Well, I don't think
It's
he's
the last-
certainly.
It's the last over of the power play now.
Yeah, but Rohit's given them a good
Yeah.
start, and B, no one has to bother batting, really, and they can take their time when he's batting like this. Australia really need to get him out and slow this
50
down.
out of 52 has got to be close to a record, hasn't it?
Yeah, now 50 out of 53, but still. Rishabh Pant's got 1, and he's reverse flipped it. Oh, Christ, nearly got caught down at short third man.
Well, he's got caught a couple of days ago doing that.
Well,
And he won't stop playing it anyway.
no, I don't think he should. You've got to believe in yourself in this game. Came off the glove in the end, I think.
It came on too fast for him.
Yeah.
They're clearly set up for him with the 2 fielders there ready for it.
Yeah.
Well, he does like a cut as well, doesn't he? He's hoiked that into the leg side, though. Probably out to deep mid wickets. It may be actually that the end that Cummins and Stark are bowling to, maybe the end where the wind's coming from third man to Rohit, so it makes that boundary shorter, so he's more prepared to take a chance with the wind, because the wind, as Messi said, is about 18, 19 knots today or something stupid like that. I mean, it's a big wind, and if you stick it up in it, it carries it. Playing it into it, trying to hoik it to the leg into it, be quite tricky. As England found.
Indeed.
Rohit's up anyway. He's going to face Hazelwood, who bowls. He tries to give it a big wahoo and gets an under edge. Goes out to deep square leg, and it will just be a single.
Yeah, there's a lot of effort for a single.
Yeah, so where's the wind coming from? So which end is which? So it's that's interesting. They're kind of
So
hitting.
Hazelwood's bowling into the wind, basically.
Yeah, so this end, you'd think they'd try and smash it into the leg side from this. I suppose it's into the offside for Rohit, and he does like to pull. Well, that's pulled. It's aerial. Is anyone out there? Nah. It's gone over to Wide long on, cow corner, whatever you want to call it, it's out there and it's 4 runs.
4 on the floor, and one more 4 than the 4 before. That's what 4s are for, to get funky on the dance floor.
Not perfect
that's
timing.
really
Predictable he would go after his mode.
Yeah,
Yeah.
well he's hit that with the wind.
It's much tougher from this side to get any length on a shot.
He's guided that down towards third man, can't find the gap, there will be a single. And Hazelwood gets out of that with 10 against him. Over to you, Messi.
Actually gone quiet on Twitter all of a sudden. Sorry, no, not on Twitter. Jay Grover says, yes, Bear, but you were stoned off your tits instantly. So cyclone season probably felt like a spiritual catharsis. And Ombreno Over says, a loophole for you, Bear. Say nice things about individual Australians like Brian, but keep the comments about the cricket masses to the normal ones. There you go, that's fair enough.
Well,
and
yeah,
Jay says, 37. I thought Angelo Matthews was 56.
Yeah. The current partnership is 54 of 27 deliveries. 51 of those 54 are to Rohit. Oh no, probably not actually. He's got 51 out of 60. Pant's going to face up though. Adam Zampa immediately. We're out of the power play. The power play yielded 60 for 1. We are now out of the power play, and immediately they're going to turn to this dude.
The enemies of the mighty fear many things. Yet there is one thing they fear above all others.
Whoa.
They fear Adam Zampa.
Yeah, first ball, Adam Zampa gets smashed straight back over his head. 6 runs, this time to Rishabh Pant. Hello. I mean, the one thing I was going to say is India just faced all these bowlers endlessly in the fucking IPL. I mean, is there any bowler in this Australian side who didn't play in the IPL? I don't think so.
No, I think they all did.
Yeah. Back and cut by Rishabh Pant out to point, and there'll be a single. Similarly, pretty much this entire Australian team has played in the IPL, didn't it? I'd have thought.
Agar, no, he's not playing. Wade didn't.
Wade, yeah, Wade's Wade. He's a, you know. But apart from that, top 6 did, yeah.
I think so, yeah.
So they'd have faced all these bowlers as well. I mean, it's basically like an IPL match, displaced and with different colours on. That one is clipped into the leg side, and it'll be a single.
It's interesting that Zampa is regarded as a genius. I actually think Agar bowled much better than him the other night, and their figures are actually very comparable. Agar's a very underrated spinner, and I wonder if Australia wouldn't have been better keeping 2 spinners in, to be honest.
Over the wicket is Zampa. It's driven by Pant out to point, and there'll be a single. I think India will be very much the happier of the 2 sides here.
Yep.
I mean,
Yeah, and I think they would have panicked a bit losing Cody so early, but
no need to.
they just got used to it this morning.
Someone needs
So
to.
it's a punt-
Someone
yeah,
has
it's a
to
punt
fail.
stress.
193 is the run line. I'm going to go over that. As Rohit slams another 6 out to cow corner. They're enjoying themselves. It wouldn't surprise me.
The number of the day really hops and kicks. The number of the day is 666.
India undo the hoodoo here, because Australia will start to panic if this gets too crazy. Would be my bet. They're not infallible.
Well, it's not just winning either that Australia needs. They needed to try and win handsomely to improve their net run rate, to give them a better chance of getting through. Because if Bangladesh lose to Afghanistan, then they'll be well ahead of Australia on net run rate anyhow, I'd say.
Well, that's what I mean.
So
It's quite interesting what's going on here, right? With the sorry to change the topic, but as far as the wind is concerned, Messi, you know the
Yeah.
where you saw the wind. Everybody who's bowling against the wind is just getting hammered.
Down the track comes Rohit. Clipped into the leg side, out to deep, and there's no one. I guess if it's that kind of velocity, it's quite difficult to control the ball, especially if it's a bit gusty. If it drops to, if it's maxing out 18, but it drops to suddenly while you bowl to 7 or something, and you're basically putting it in a line to hold it against the wind, and suddenly the wind drops, it goes off the line you're trying to bowl it. And same with the lengths as well. You might be trying to plant it there at 18 miles an hour, but at 7 that's going too long. Who's that?
I wonder if they should just have pacers in there.
Off,
bowling
Bennett,
slow.
off. You're not on till the end of the 7th
No,
over. You're
it's
on
time.
now. Hello, Bennett.
Yeah.
You're on.
Okay,
it's okay.
We'll catch you later.
Hello. I was wondering in case you forgot. No problem.
Alright.
Thanks, Bear.
We did
Thanks,
forget.
Messi.
Make your mind up, Bear.
And greetings all. It's Bennett Olgasekram with Mog and Will, who'll be joining us shortly. Hello, Mog. How are you doing, mate? You okay?
Yeah, look, I could do with an asteroid hitting the ground and ruining both teams' chances, but otherwise,
Oh, look, the doorbell's just gone. Perfect timing.
Dear. What a carnage here it is in this game, India versus Australia. We don't know whether Will's coming on or not. I'm sure, Mog, you can keep me company. It's the 8th over. India being put into bat have got off to a flyer. 76 for 1. They've lost Virat Kohli early, but Rohit Sharma is on 59 of 24. What a run face we've had. Stoinis bowls this one's pushed back again to the bowler. No chance of a run.
have we had 100 in this yet?
haven't had
Has anyone made 100 in this
in
tournament?
the World Cup, nobody has, have they? No.
Don't think so.
With the kind of batting with the tracks that they've had, where it's not favoured the batters as much as you would have seen other T20s.
And
So
now I've
what's-
said that,
what's-
neither will Rohit.
What's the equation here then, Mog? If you know how it's sort of in terms of the qualifiers for the semis. This one's short, hoiked away. Rohit Sharma giving himself room on the onside and hoiks this one over the square leg area, and it's another boundary. Just bounces off before the boundary, but it's 4 more to Rohit. 63 of 26, and India moves steadily on to 80 for 1. Mog, so win here for India gives them a berth straight away.
Yeah, I think if Australia loses, they're done. There's
they
all
done,
sorts
are
of
they?
bizarre,
Equations.
highly
Is
unlikely
Will
things.
in the
He's not.
okay, so Will's probably missing. Bear, do you mind slotting it for
Oh, no,
Will?
I'll sit here.
Yeah, that's short, and this one's hoiked again by Rohit Sharma, and I think everything he's doing is working out for him. This has gone right over the deep square leg boundary for a 6.
2, 4, 6.
So Bear, they're going crazy. Indians are going crazy today. Rohit Sharma's everything he's touched has turned into goal.
He's going to
Is that
get.
a bit of luck?
He's going to get 40 ball ton here or something, isn't he?
Yeah.
They're going to get some score like 230.
Yeah, the rest of the team will collapse in a heap and they'll be all out for 138.
Yeah, indeed. I was quite sort of hold on a second. Stoinis comes in, bowls this one's over pitch, driven majestically over the extra cover. Beautiful looking, flowing shot there that's gone all the way for a mighty 6, 92 for 1. Stone is not being shown any respect either, as Rohit Sharma dancing down the track, and
He deserves
wants
no
to
respect.
face, yes, indeed. And this one's nicely hit as Sharma moves on steadily. He's on 75 now. The score's 92 for 1. Stoinis bowls shortish on the back foot goes Sharma, pouncing on that. Couldn't get a hold of it as it goes straight into the deep mid wicket area, and the batters come back for 2, do they? Or just the 1, I reckon. Bear, what do you think of the change? Ashton Agar, I thought, bowled quite reasonably well in the last game.
I didn't see the highlights of that game, so I don't know why against Afghanistan. Yeah, no, I didn't see the things. I think they go back to what they tried and tested, don't they?
They're 3 paces, aren't they?
Yeah.
But then Mitchell Stark's had a bad day. Josh Hazelwood bowled really well in the first couple of overs, also to get Kohli out. But in a way, from an Indian point of view, I think Kohli being out early it's not a bad thing because he takes a lot of balls to get going. This one's he's hit it high. He's edged this one, top edged it, and it goes straight into the gleeful hands at mid-off. Josh Hazelwood completes the regulation catch, and India have lost their first wicket. Marcus Stoinis has got the wicket of Rishabh Pant for 15, and with the score 93 at the end of over number 8.
Another one
India
bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
I don't think it matters if Pant's out. They want to get Rohit out, don't they?
They want to get
I mean,
Rohit, indeed.
Pant got 13 off 15.
Yeah, but he's generally a very slow start, and then he accelerates, supposedly. But they didn't give him the chance to do that. Morg, what have you got from the media box?
Lots of people are reminding us that Zampa and Hazelwood didn't play in the IPL this year. And Pokey Bumfinger says lull them into an actual sense of security. Pretty likely.
Now, mind you, Morg, Zampa was picked. He was in one of the squads in one of the teams, but he didn't get to play. But Hazelwood, I think he skipped the IPL.
Yeah, but they played in it before.
Carry some drinks out. He's played in it before.
Yes.
Yeah.
He played really well in last season for Chennai Super Kings. He was one of their mainstay. And it's only after playing in the IPL that he became more of a regular for Australia in the T20s. He wasn't a regular in T20s.
Well, he's not really a T20 bowler, is he? I mean, he bowls test match length.
But that's...
And he does that for 3 overs at the top.
Yeah.
It's kind of like how I think teams have come around to this fact that you don't have to be a death bowler. You can be an opening bowler and you can use them early. Like England do it with Reece Topley.
Front load him.
Yeah. Exactly. Reece Topley bowls 3 overs at the top. And he never gets another over, so
But he's bowled 3 overs for 10 runs. In the grand scheme of things, I'll take that if I was
exactly, precisely.
Zampa bowls, his leggies over-pitched, driven on the back foot on a fuller length. This one's towards long on area, and Rohit moves up to 77 off 30. Score 193. Rohit Sharma on 77. Bear, what a contribution.
Yeah, well, it's amazing, isn't it? I just want to say to Brian, thank you. Your parcel arrived. I've been sent beer and crisps, which can't I say more than that, can you? Perfect for an afternoon watching
Struggle
cricket.
Town and Guerrilla Town.
Oh yeah, you know it. Well, this is it. I was saying to an Indo before, and I think Australia start to panic soon, if not they're not feeling a little bit like. Yeah. It looks like a good batting track.
It does.
Oh, having said that, after this ball.
Zampa bowls on the back foot, goes Suryakumar Yadav, pushed into the mid-wicket area for a single. 96 for 2, 95 for 2, sorry. Gone back.
Well, it was a bit like the other day with Quinton de Kock. Quinton de Kock batted like it was really easy and everyone else pretty much struggled. And maybe it's one of those pitches, and maybe it isn't that easy, and maybe just Rohit's in the zone today.
Rohit came with the intention of going for it, didn't he? And this one's outside the off stump, driven a bit uppishly, but towards the deep cover point area, and the batters go through for another single. But Bear, what I like about Rohit is he doesn't play for his own stats or his personal kind of milestones, doesn't he? He comes in, he's happy to go for it from ball 1, unlike Virat Kohli, he's generally more of a personal sort of milestone guy. This one's overpitched, driven beautifully, beats the cover point fielder there and goes straight to the boundary. Suryakumar off the block, he's on 5, and it's the 100 up for India.
Inside 9 overs. Let's have a jingle for the leading man, the new guy.
Surya, now I know the others might have let you down. It's not too late to play Surya now.
This must be the quickest 100 of the tournament, Bear. Zampa bowls overpitched on the back foot, nudged away towards the square leg area, and the batters go through for another single.
I don't know. Didn't England knock off those 113 against the USA in 9 overs? So they probably got to, I don't know, 8 points. They didn't take them long. Certainly under 10 overs.
3, I think.
9.
It was less than 10.
Okay. But Zampa bowls, this one's overpitched, driven nicely. He couldn't find the gap there. It's Maxwell in the deep mid-wicket area, and the batters go through for another single. End of over number 2 for Zampa, 25, just 9 runs coming off that. At the end of over number 9, 102 for 2, India after being put into bat. Mog, what are our viewers saying?
Messi says Stoinis is a fake fast bowler. Like Curran, he gets most of his wickets from shit balls. I agree. He's just all fake.
Yeah, he is someone that I imagine they'll target him.
I hope so. Little prat. Stephen Kelk says Stoinis got the wicket, but Zampa laid the groundwork. Pretty unlikely. Leah says, imagine India making around 230 for 1 with Kohli being the only batsman out, and then that was Pants from Rishabh. He's out. And Pant was slowing things down, says Dara Azizi.
Well, yeah, I mean, if Surakumar gets going and Rohit carries on going, it's going to be an enormous
Exactly, it's going to be enormous. And perhaps Rohit Sharma can go on to lower his gear a little bit and give Surakumar to go, but he has no intention of doing anything of that sort. This one's short by Stoinis on the back foot, pulls but didn't get hold of it, but that goes well over the head of the short fine leg fielder into the boundary. 106 for 2.
That was a bit top edgy, wasn't it?
Yeah, we should have had Mark Jansen there. But going back to the game overnight, West Indies versus South Africa, I was gutted to see West Indies bow out. I thought they had a better side.
Yeah, I watched. Weirdly, I fell asleep on a sofa and woke up just as it was about to start, so I watched the first 10 overs.
Stoinis bowls outside the off stump. He was a bit too closer to his body. He was looking to cut that one. He was fortunate not to get a touch. He may have got an edge to the wicketkeeper there. So it's a dot ball, a very uncommon dot ball in this game for today.
Yeah,
what happens if
sorry. Yeah, I mean, they lost those 2 early wickets, and then they looked like they were all right, and then there was a rain delay, and I think I kind of went to bed at that point. I think it was a rain delay, wasn't it? And I kind of went to bed at that point. Before they started again.
They changed it. The overs were reduced to 17, but Roston Chase was really great. Unfortunately, the guy who bowled the 70th over, McCroy, he gave away. There was about 6 runs to get off the last over. This one's way outside the off stump. White ball signal, and 107 for 2. I think it was an unusual game because Puran didn't score runs.
Yeah.
And that was a big factor. They lost Brendan King, then they changed Johnston Charles and brought in Kyle Myers. It was a good sort of a performance by Roston Chase. He bowled it beautifully. I watched the last few overs. He just amazing. Shortish, and Rohit Sharma, his trademark pull shot. No fielder there. Bad bowling there by Stoinis on the back foot, and pulls this one into the deep square leg area for another boundary. 1-1-1.
They're just feeding him, aren't they? I mean, he's got 87 off 35.
There was no fielder there, Bear. It's just a suicide to do that, isn't it? To Rohit Sharma, he plays the pull shot.
Exactly. I mean, if you're going to try and get him caught out deep, long leg, you've got to have the man out on the fence. You don't have him up, do you? I mean,
if they're trying to buy a wicket, it's been pretty expensive so far.
Yeah.
I don't know what basis they were looking at a wicket on that one, because that was an easy go. If a guy was scoring 80-odd runs and batting like a train, surely. But Stoinis comes in a bit of lack of experience there and thinking on the overpitch, driven nicely by Rohit into the deep mid-wicket area, and they go through for another single. 88 of 36, 1-1-2 for 2. India on strong.
That's right, Stoin. This pudgy little fella's knocking you around, so fuck off back to the gym. Go on.
Yeah.
So what's the equation here, Brad? Then if India win, they go through, and Australia out, or not yet?
Well, not yet. I suppose Bangladesh could beat Afghanistan, but you don't see it happening, do you?
Was that the Afghanistan wins by 81, loses by 81 runs or something? Was that?
No, if Australia have to beat India by 41 runs.
Bowls, this one's pushed onto the onside, and the batters go through for a single. I must say, right at the beginning, when we were having a conversation earlier on, Bear, I did say fancy Afghanistan making into the quarters or whatever, the semis. But the way they played yesterday, did like any of you watch the game or the highlights?
No, I didn't see any of it.
Afghanistan game. Honestly, the openers, if they get going, Ubas and
but that's the problem. That's what we were discussing for you, Warren. If those two don't get going, they're generally
Exactly.
Done.
If those two guys are going, they're done, aren't they? They
Yeah,
don't
it's
have
a steep
anyone in the middle.
decline.
It's a very steep decline. Yeah.
It's just the two of them, overpitch driven. It gives themselves room, and cover point goes around to pick up. And that's the end of over number 2. 1 for 29 for Stoners. At the end of over number 10, India being put into bat 4 for 2 with the batters out. Kohli without scoring, Pant for 15. Rohit Sharma 89 off 37. Suryakumar now 7 off 4 at the wicket. Mog, what have you got?
The cricket slouch says, seriously though, all said and done, is Rohit Sharma the most talented batter India has produced with sheer class, quality, timing, and beauty of shots? I don't know.
No.
Tendulkar will probably want to put his hand up and say something at that point.
Raul Dravid. Beautiful.
Jagrover says, there was a lovely interview with Kevin Howes and Joe Denley today. Howes audibly balked when Denley described 35 as middle-aged. I felt his pain.
Oof. Tell me about it.
buggers.
Fuck off.
What happens if it's a South Africa-India final? Who's going to do the choking?
Well, that'd be an interesting one. I think India probably should win that.
Actually, can there be?
Yeah,
would
because
be
if they both top their groups, which looking at this
Seems
currently,
pretty likely.
you don't know. I mean, thing is, Australia's still got a bat, obviously, and you know, if Travis Head gets going at the top the same way that Rohit does, they match each other.
But
and
Travis
then-
Head is a hit and miss player, isn't he, Pat?
Yeah, but Rohit can be as well. Today he's hit. If Travis hits as well, then you know
Travis missed last time. He might
hit today.
hit today.
Yeah, exactly.
I hope he doesn't. Actually, no.
And then you've got Glenn Maxwell. You've got some, you've got some tasty batting in the Aussie side.
Maxwell only performs against Afghanistan, so he's cooked for any further play.
If he bats, I think we saw a little glimpse of that. Yeah, I mean the other day with Afghanistan, he couldn't really continue that. But yeah, interesting. So who do you think Morgan Bear will go through to the finals? Who do you hope?
Well, Christ, looking at what we think is going to happen to today, it's going to be England-India in a semi, isn't it? I mean, I'm going to call that for England because I'm an England fan, but it could go either way. There's no dead certainties. Both teams could quite easily beat the other side. It could be a massive slaughter. Someone gets going.
But I'd
rather see South Africa or Afghanistan play in the final.
Well, that would be yeah. But it won't be. It'll be England or India, won't it? If India top this group, it's England or India.
Mark, how about you?
I think it'll be India and England.
Yeah.
It can't be.
But
it won't be able to be because if India.
What? Isn't Oh no, you're right. You just said that.
Yeah.
I should pay attention.
Why not? Why not, Ben?
Because we'll be in the
It's only
semi.
132,
Well, assuming India win this, we'll be in the semi-final against them.
Semi-finals with
India, yeah, it'll be India versus England in one semi, and it'll be South Africa versus Australia or Afghanistan.
South Africa's leading, aren't they? Yeah, you're right. Yeah, that's a good point. But you
As
know
long
what?
as Australia or India don't win,
You're Australian, aren't you? You're Aussie, aren't you?
well, I live here.
You have an Australian accent.
It's got Australian.
I fucking do not.
You do.
There you go.
Well, that was a drinks break, I presume. We've still got no Will. Does he actually know he's on today?
So they got no Bennett.
Oh God, Bennett's had to go as well. It's just me and you now.
He's wilting under the
He'll be
the
back.
pressure of the
I know
Indian batting
him.
as well.
He'll be back.
So what happens when Australia panics? They bring Glenn Maxwell on and Travis Head from opposite ends to bowl them out.
Yeah, something like that.
Or maybe they'll just get Cummins to take another hat trick.
Well, if you did that, that would change things around a little bit. One would assume.
Yeah, can you cover
Depends
me
when he
for
does
a couple of balls, please?
Yep. I've got you covered. Don't you worry. It's supposed to be my break time. I was thinking about going to get something to eat and shit, but Will didn't turn up, did he? So.
Didn't you just get delivered some shit?
Yeah, I did, but I can't, eat it all on air. I've had a bag of crisps, which was very tasty, and I'm going to get a can of beer at the end of this over. But there's only me and you on air, so even that I can't even go and get a can of beer, and there's no one else here with me. Tone's having a jolly down at Lord's, as we've all seen on the WhatsApp group.
Yes, I've seen his pasty legs up in the stands there, wherever he is.
Yeah. I don't know, putting Lord's before duty. It's not
It's
right.
a fucking disgrace.
It is a fucking disgrace.
I'll be having words.
I think you should, Mark.
Just coming back to the teams, I mean, I don't really want Australia to come through, but I think they will, knowing how they come through from behind. This one's pushed
Well,
into the extra cover area, a bit of misfield, and the batters look for 2 and they make it. A bit of pressure on the fielder there. I couldn't recognize who it was. It was Warner. Very unusual kind of misfield from him. Pressure taking the toll as the batters come back for 2. Sorry, Bear, go on.
Well, I don't know. I mean, this is it. They definitely have the potential.
But they know, don't you? I mean, Bear, you've seen them coming through from all kinds of situations.
Yeah, but this is India. This isn't some low-grade team. You can't get. I mean, yeah, true. They can, but I mean, they'll be under.
It's easy to bully Scotland.
Shitload of pressure.
It's easy to bully India.
Cummins bowls on the back foot, glides beautifully by Sharma towards the third man area, and the batters settle for 1. No, I mean, I'm not talking about this game. I'm saying.
Yeah, but they can't. Well, this is it. I mean, if they lose this game, they're in serious shit. Because I think Afghanistan will beat Bangladesh, and then they're done. You know, then Afghanistan go through.
Yeah.
Bangladesh.
So they have to win this, Bennett. They can't.
So if England and India are not going to the finals, then who do you reckon is going to be one of these teams?
Well, it'll be England, because England will beat India in the semi-final. That's what I'm saying. Versus against, I think Afghanistan could beat South Africa.
Afghanistan could beat South Africa on a day, yes. Oh, if we see the other end of Afghanistan in the finals, that'd be great. Outside the off stump, a bit of a wild swing by Suryakumar, no connection whatsoever. I mean, goes through to the wicketkeeper. Sorry, man.
I mean, the thing about Afghanistan, as we said, is they've got to. I've said this a few times already. I think they've got to bat first. They've got to get runs on the ball when there's no pressure. And then they've got to go for it, right? So it's shit or bust for Afghanistan. Yeah. If they get a score on the board against Saffers, who choke anyway, with the bowling attack they got, the spin. South Africans don't like spin.
Agree. This once he hits it on the up, Suryakumar, but he finds the fielder. And there's no chance of a run. 2 dot balls there. Suryakumar Yadav feeling the pressure. 7 off 6. And Rohit Sharma 92 off 39. What a beautiful innings we saw. A bit of hiking here and there. But he came with a clear intent from ball 1.
And
looking to break free. Sorry, Bear.
Didn't Afghanistan beat England in the ODI World Cup? They did, didn't they? Is that correct?
Distant memory as Cummins comes running in on the back foot. Goes Suryakumar Yadav. He tries to plays into his usual sort of shots where he makes room and he swirls this one towards the fine leg area where there's no fielder, and that's a welcome boundary for India in that over.
1, 2, 3, 4.
He seems to have loads of time, doesn't he? He got right across his stumps and just tweaked that behind square.
And it's almost like he knows that that's what he wants to play, no matter how the ball is going to come.
Well, exactly, because he knows that's where the space is, doesn't he? He knows where that's the gap down there.
Yeah, as Cummins comes in, this one's outside the off stump, and on the up he lifts it one over the cover point area, and he hits it really up in the sky, but it bounces well in front of the boundary. It's
I thought it was a boundary. 6. It's a 6, mate.
It's a 6. Sorry, it's a 6.
Suddenly, last 2 balls, 10 runs, 13 run over. Woo-wee.
That becomes a good over, doesn't it? At the end of over number 11, 127 for 2. Mog.
Ding, ding, ding. We have a super chat of $5 from Ian Southcote Want. Christmas
one of these?
Here. Sounds like my usual breakfast
packet. Super chat.
There you go, super chat.
Stephen Koch says that me personally, doesn't let the tournament rules get in the way of predictions. I have no defence. It's 1:32 and 1:38 in the morning. I haven't slept much. I don't give a shit. You know, the usual excuses. He also says drinking on air is fine, but eating on air is a true no-no, and Bear is a professional, so he won't eat.
I did just munch some crisps, so someone would have noticed.
Oh, you son of a bitch.
No, I know. Well, it's because I thought Will was going to turn up, but he hasn't, so...
Has he messaged or anything, or he must have messaged
no.
already then? He hasn't, okay. Checking the chat.
127. Living the life of luxury.
127.
Oh, I'm going to go and get a beer, hold on.
Go for it. So, Mog, what do you think? And what's the kind of an average score here you think India will be hoping for?
The score predictor just popped up before at 210.
Wow.
But I think they could probably aim higher than that.
Mitchell Stark, left arm round the wicket, short, pushed into the covers. No chance of a run. He's bowled 2 overs before this. That's gone for 34. He's really been taken to the cleaners here. Mitchell Stark, his very first over, he bowled Rohit Sharma thrashed him for a few sixes and a few boundaries as well. And Sharma is on 92. He's raring to go.
27 or 29 off one of those overs.
Yes, 21 overs, 21 fours. And Suryakumar Yadav was looking good here as well. And he's facing Mr. Stark balls to Rohit Sharma, and he's bowled him. That was a beautiful delivery. He's taken revenge. Sharma looking to break free on the offside and giving himself room, and the ball coming back through. He played all over it and end of a majestic innings by Rohit Sharma, 92 of 41. He deserved a century there, but he's out with his score on 127. India lose their third wicket. Rohit Sharma out for 92.
Just played outside it, didn't he? Got an inside edge onto his pad, dragged onto his stumps. 92 or 41, can't complain.
Brilliant.
I think the batsman was distracted by you sitting back down.
But also, you know, like it was one too many, wasn't it? I mean, he was lucky a few times. So I think this didn't go his way, but he's got India off to a flyer. They're going at about 11.21 and over. At this rate, Mog, they'll probably end up with over 220.
No, I think they'll fall in a heap now.
Well, let's have a jingle for the new batsman.
You're shilling Dubé, treat the bowlers roughly. He's got the skills you need and he's right buff, really. He's hitting sixes, not making duck eggs. So take this guy on if you feel like getting clubbed.
The finest of white boy rap there.
Yeah, it was classy. Look at you.
Shivam Dubé is the new man. He's had a mediocre kind of a tournament there. Not sure why they persisted with him though.
Well, they picked him to have a role. You know, if the rest of the side is carried him through to the final and he has a match-winning innings in the final,
exactly.
All well and good. Stick with the team, you're winning.
That he's got the X factor. He's the left-hander, and he's getting his run here in spite of some mediocre performances. Outside the off stump, a good start for him here. He goes on the back foot, slashes this one intentionally towards the vacant third man area, and he opens his account with a nice looking boundary off the first ball.
Hey.
2 + 2 is on my mind. 2 + 2 is on my mind.
Mr. Stark bowling his third over. He has had the back of Rohit Sharma, the skipper, out for 92 or 41. Can Australia come back? It's all important game. They need to win this in order to stay in contention for the semi-finals after losing out to Afghanistan a couple of days back. This one's on the leg foot. Shivam Dubé gets muddled up. Not sure where the ball was. It was on his leg. He didn't know where it had moved to, and there is no chance of a run. The ball that he got Rohit Sharma bowled was a yorker, just bouncing on his toes, just around his toes, and hitting the stumps. Rohit Sharma has got India off to a flyer here. And what can the others do? They've got Shivam Dubé and the all-rounders coming in after that. Pandya, Jadeja and Akshar Patel on the back foot. Dubé plays it towards the mid-wicket area. No chance of a run. They picked Dubé on the back of some outstanding IPL performances. He had a bit of a lull towards the second half of the IPL. He has been in the Indian side previously as an all-rounder, but this time he's playing more of a middle-order stroke finisher kind of a role, with the all-rounders coming in like Pandya, Jadeja, and they've strengthened their batting by playing Akshar Patel at number 8 as Stark bowls over pitch, driven nicely. Good piece of fielding there, short extra cover by Marcus Stoinis, and there's no run. The end of over number 12, and India 131 for 3. Stark 3 overs, 1 for 38. What have you got, Mark?
Farong says, on a positive note for Australia, 10 overs completed without a dropped catch. So, there you go, there's a positive. Jay is giving me inappropriate and undeserved love about my guttural mutterings. Deserves no respect, etc., etc. Fuck off back to the gym. No muttering at that. And he also wonders, is Tasmania really a part of Australia? No, not really. We're much better than the rest of this place. And Messi reminds us that everybody beat England in the ODI World Cup.
As that's a new over, and this one Zampa pushed into the long off area, no chance of run. Bear, what's going on now? Interesting part of the game.
Well, they're just setting up for a finish, isn't it? I still think with Sky there and Dubé, if he gets in, I mean, this is it. There's crashes at the end. 132 for 3, 8 overs left with 7 wickets in hand.
80 runs?
You'd want at least 80, wouldn't you? You're looking at least 210, 215, and you really want, I mean, if they're lucky, they'll get 220, 225.
Yeah, fair comment. It's a very interesting part here. Zampa, who's done it before for Australia, can he put the strangles on the Indian batters? Over pitch, driven towards long off area, and the batters just get the single. Zampa's done it many times before, Bear. He's brought Australia back. Are they lacking another spinner? Do you reckon it was a good move to drop Agar after a good performance?
I don't know. I didn't see him bowl, but you got Maxi for some part-time shite, haven't you? You know.
Exactly. As Zampa bowls on the back foot, he nicely placed this one towards the deep square leg area, and the batters go through for another single. Suryakumar on 19 off 10.
I mean, Sky hasn't looked particularly fluent yet, but he's got 19 off 10. I mean, that's dangerous for a start.
Exactly. He hasn't looked fluent, hasn't he? He's been quite in a thoughtful mood because he's seen his keeper on the other side going sort of on a rampage. But what can he do as Zampa bowls? This one's on the back foot. Dubé watchful, plays it towards mid wicket, no chance of run. Dubé has been picked particularly because he's good in the middle overs and he can clear the rope, especially for spinners. He hasn't done that in this tournament. Let's see what he can do now today for India. Dubé, this
there
once again, as I was saying, over pitched, and this is what he's been picked for. He chose his ball to break free, and he goes on the back foot and hoiks this one well and truly wide into the evening skies and right over the rope for a 6.
Damn! That 6 is on fire.
He reminds me of...
That land in the car park.
No, I thought it did, but that guy caught it clearly.
He caught it, and he's just, oh wow, I just got to say something. And in the next ball, it's a great 6 there by Dubé. Just the one ball remaining. We do a change after this, and it's Dubé on 11, Suryakumar on 19. We're in the 13th over. Zampa comes, stay on the back foot, goes Dubé. This one's pushed towards the mid-wicket area. The batters look for 1. They come back for 2 and they make it quite comfortably. There's 2 more to the score. India being put into bat in this all-important game at the end of over number 13, 142 for 3. Shivam Dubé, 13 not out.
Before you go,
19. Sorry.
Yeah, Dubé reminds me of, who's the guy who hit Stuart Broad for 6 sixes?
Brathwaite, Carlos Brathwaite.
No.
Yuvraj Singh.
Yuvraj Singh. Yuvraj. He reminds me a bit of Yuvraj. Anyway, right, yeah, we are doing a change. Son is taking over from father as we welcome Dylan. Are you looking dapper today, Dill? I hope so. Out dappering your dad. And Messers is back.
Sorry, Mark, what was that?
Farong's tweet is the next tweet.
Thank you, my friend. Farong says, the Wales of Australia, keeping it happy, keeping it in the family. That was replying to Jay Grover. Mark says, lucky you can't see the scar on my neck where they took off the second head when I was born. Yeah, I notice your love of Tasmania is from a distance, Mark. Don't stay too close. Hello, Bennett. Indeed. Hello, Bennett. You're looking very dapper.
Good afternoon to all the viewers, and it's lovely to be. It's been a sensational start from India.
Hasn't it just? That's hoiked out to Cow, really. Wide long on, and Warner is out now. 143 for 3. We're in the 14th over.
Yes, we are.
Sky is on 20 off 11. Dubé is 13 off 8, I think. Yeah. And pretty much all the batsmen, apart from Pant and Kohli, who was out after about 6 balls, have gone considerably over a run a ball. And I think they'll be disappointed if they don't get 220 from here, India. Dubé facing up. Stoinis, who's gone for 30 in 2 overs, is back into the attack somehow. He's been driven. Mid-off is up, that's out. Poof, they're getting a hammer in. It's gone down to the boundary. It's 4 more runs.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
Well, Anindo was very pessimistic about this, but I think Australia are shitting it.
And Dubé does look to be finding his rhythm at the right time here in the tournament.
Yes.
Danny, that's what I was just saying. Yeah, it doesn't matter if everyone carries you over the line until you get to this stage, and then you have 3 fantastic innings and win the tournament for your country. Now everyone's going to forget those first 5 innings, aren't they? You know, that's worked into the leg side, and they'll get a single.
Just exquisite timing there from Rohit Sharma.
I want it just.
He seems to have so much time at the crease, more than most other batsmen, and just the lag wind, just kind of relaxedness of his composure at the crease is something to behold, isn't it?
Yeah, certainly is when he gets going. I mean, this is it. Is it an easy wicket though? Australia got some pretty powerful hitting themselves, so it'll be interesting to see. And obviously India got Bumrah, who's for me is pretty much bowler of the tournament.
Oh,
Sky has launched into that one. It's certainly gone over long on.
Clears a rock by some distance there. Suryakumyadav eases into that shot over the leg side. India looking comfortable here as they progress towards the back end of their innings.
Indeed. Just set himself there and launched it. I think it was into the wind. It did seem to stop a little bit, but he's not afraid of it.
Flick of the wrist there from Suryakum, as you can see.
Yeah, just lets it flow through.
Works on the subcontinent and works in the West Indies, as we have seen so far.
Stoinis up to the crease, bowling to... Ooh, that's a Vatican slice. Out towards fine leg. Mitch Stark is there. He'll get a single. That's, 13 off the over. He'll be happy with that. Get a 4 here, 17. Another good over. 28 off 15.
It's interesting that Marsh declared himself fit to bowl before the last match, but still hasn't bowled. And Stoinis is still bowling his rubbish. I just don't rate Stoinis as a bowler.
Well, I don't really rate Marsh either.
Mostly from
they're much of a, for me, they're much of a muchness.
I think Marsh is a better bowler.
Do you?
I think Marsh
they're pretty equal.
I mean, I'd have to agree there. So they contribute heavily with the bat, but their bowling may not be up to the mark.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That one, last ball, he gets a dot ball as Dubé can't get it away. 18 off 11 him, and over to you, Messi. Give us some socials.
Stephen Kelk says, "Can I ask Mr. Bear what he is drinking?"
I was having a Hazy Jane. Whoever put that was Miss Punk. It's not Punk.
Mystery beverage, is it?
I prefer Hazy Jane to Punk. A bit more lemony.
Stephen also says Bumrah will be getting his Yorker knives ready. Indeed, he will. Sagnik Datta says, "Really don't see Australia winning this. They're getting knocked out here." I think that's almost certainly true, but you never know. Things can go weird. But I think the other thing that's really important is I think India are really starting to hit their straps now in the batting department. Notwithstanding Kohli's failure, I think Sky's been performing really well. Dubé coming into form makes a big difference.
Yep.
I think they're going to be very hard for anybody else to beat now.
Yeah, it's true. It's ODI cricket though. I mean, it's T20 cricket. You can have a bad day and that's it. It's all over, especially at this point in the tournament. That's cut nicely by Sky.
Just cut away through the gap there.
Yeah, beats everybody. There's 2 guys, one at sort of short third man, one at backward point. It's between the 2 of them, and it's 4 runs.
He's just justifying his title there as a 360 batsman. He's able to open up angles with the movement of his wrists.
Yeah, he's when he gets down on his knees and starts flicking it over his shoulders for 6 from miles outside. Yeah, from miles outside off stump. That's a sight to behold. Drives at that one outside off stump. It's gone under the bat through to the keeper, and there is no run. Projected score is 222. If they got 10 and over, they get 212. I went over 197.5 a long time ago. That's made me very happy. Can't see that not happening. Although, well, you know what? if Australia somehow took a bunch of wickets and kept them down to 190, which I really can't see happening, but if they could, I think they fancy themselves in a box seat, to be honest. Maybe I think 200 plus is about par. That's out. Sky has gone. Well, I said that, and he's flapped at a wide one. He didn't need to play at it either. It was a wide, slower ball, shit delivery, really. He would have been wide if he'd left it, but he followed it, and he's either toe-ended it or got a thick top edge that's just comfortably floated to Wade behind the stump.
And how unnecessary that was from Surya coming out of. He departs now.
Yeah, he does.
At a crucial stage when India would have needed him to
finish up.
Really push on.
Exactly. Now Dubé's got to do it. And then it is a wicket for Australia.
Now you're gone.
He's pissed off with himself there.
Liz. Yeah, Leah says, let me know if you want someone to fill Will's spot for the second innings. Well, he still hasn't turned up, has he? So if you want to hop on, Leah, from over 8, that'd be great. Thank you.
Yeah, if he might turn up for the second innings. You never know.
And here we have Hardik Pandya coming into the crease. He had a handy half-century against Bangladesh previously. He's come into some really good form. What can we expect to see from him there?
Well, hopefully, some big runs. We got a jingle for him. He goes a bit like this.
And in breaking news, Hardik Pandya.
He's facing up.
That's the best jingle yet, I think.
Okay, you enjoy that. I really don't get it still, but anyway, Stark is around the wicket to Hardik Pandya, blocks it out past point. There was a little bit of a fumble. Goes past the man, and he'll get himself a single.
As we were speaking about the projected score earlier, Bear, I mean, we were looking at St. Lucia here, this venue, hovering between 170 and 220 is what the scores have been so far.
Exactly.
India hope to push well beyond that.
Well, it seems to depend on the wicket. I think this is a fresh wicket again today, but I mean, England game, we thought the score should have been 200 odd, but the wicket clearly was a 160, 170 wicket. And yet the night time came that England walloped West Indies. Windies got what, 185, 186, and England blazed it down in 17 point whatever it was over. So it's difficult to gauge.
The beauty of the game of cricket, there's a myriad of factors we can't account for.
Exactly. And today it looks like a 200 plus wicket. That one is Duvet into the leg side, getting through for a quick single. And so we've had 6 off the over and a wicket. Slows things down.
Well, it's interesting, considering Stark went for 29 in 1 over. His other 3 overs have gone for 15 so far. He's got 1 ball to go, which is a reasonable comeback.
Well, it is. What's that with Zampa? Why is he off the park? Has he injured himself? Presumably,
Yeah, must have.
Presumably they got options though, haven't they? Australia.
Stark comes in.
That's nicely driven by Hardik.
Quickly into his work here, Hardik Pandya seems to have found the middle of the bat quite comfortably here.
Well, he's got to finish now, and they've only got 5 overs left. They got 5 overs and 6 wickets. You know, everyone's got to give it some Humpty. Try and get away with it as long as you can. Score at 2. If they lose all 6 wickets and take 6 overs, and they all score at 200, they get, you know, a very good score. They get another 60 on top of that. They end up with 220.
Indeed.
It's what they got to try and do.
It's interesting if Zampa is staying off, they will need another bowler. I doubt if they're going to put Maxwell on, so they'll probably need another over of Marsh.
Well, Marsh might have to bowl himself, indeed.
That's true. Hazelwood has been spectacular in the 3 overs that he's bowled, really holding that test match line and length. Which,
doesn't he just?
Even Sharma found it difficult to get under that.
Exactly. And it's so on T20. But
exactly.
It works.
Because you'd expect 6 different balls every over, as we saw with the other bowlers.
Exactly that.
What he can do now.
Well, he's up to the crease now. He's been cut by by Hardik. Doesn't beat short third man. It's a dot ball.
It's just that wobble seam and natural variation as well.
Go on. Sorry.
Go on, Messi. What were you going to say?
Kieran reckons Australia's just as bad as Coley. Couldn't cut it on a wet afternoon in state.
No. Well, they don't like it. Oh no, well, looks like Zampa's back on the field. So maybe he was just getting a little break. Hazelwood back. Hoiked by Hardick. Misses it. Through to the keeper and there's no run. Is that a slower delivery? I don't know. He does have a slower delivery, Hazelwood. But he doesn't really do back of the hand flippers and stuff, and he's going to prove me wrong. I mean, no, that was just an ordinary delivery.
Yeah, just wonderful presentation of the seam, and he's just with that wobble seam action from Josh Hazelwood, you're not quite sure what you're going to get.
No, and he kind of flicks it and gets it off of just short of a length again with height, with good pace, good bounce. Typical Australian test match length, yeah.
It's interesting, nobody's going at less than 11 and over except Hazelwood, who's going at 3 and over.
Yeah, well, that one's been chunked out into the offside, and they only get 1 run off it. Well, if India are smart, they'll go, well, okay, Hazelwood's the man to have caution against. Everyone else is fair game.
It's been wonderful to see him go about his work. Simple but effective.
Yeah, exactly.
And it never goes out of style, the traditional line and length.
No, I think you've got to have enough pace to carry it on, though, haven't you? If you bowl it at low 80s, it don't work. If you can bowl it at 86, 87, 88, you can get away with it. Hazelwood in over the wicket to Dubé, who gets squared up. Just drops out of the offside. They'll get through for a single. Good over here.
Slightly drying up for India now as they... How long has it been since the boundary, Beth?
Since just before Surya Kumar was out, wasn't it? I think.
The first ball of the last over went for 4.
Yeah. I don't think India worry too much about that. They're massively ahead of the game. Take your chances when in there. This is a Hazelwood over. It's the last over Hazelwood can bowl. And they got 4 overs left after this. Launch into them. Everyone else has been going, as Messi has said. If Marsh comes on for an over, maybe he is carrying a little bit of an injury, bowls some pies and gets hit for 30. Woohoo! Clipped nicely, but not great timing from Hardick. Out to deep mid wicket. That'll be a single. I mean, I would like to see Australia go out, considering the shit we've been given over the last 2 tournaments we've been in by Aussies laughing at us.
Oh, they had a bit of a horror show, didn't they, against Afghanistan?
Yeah, they did.
As we know the Australians to do, they bounce back with tremendous resilience.
Well, yeah, they do, but they haven't here today so far, have they? I mean, this is it. We don't know. The wicket the wicket might be a flat batting paradise, and
as you were saying, they may see Hazelwood off and dig into the rest. As Hazelwood
yeah, and you know, Travis Head and Warner might get off to an absolute flyer themselves. That one is guided out to backward point, short third man area. It's a single. Just 4 runs off that Hazelwood over, but he's got 1 for 14. Clearly the best of the bowlers, but he has no overs left. And they've got to find 4 overs. Stark is bowled out now, I think, as well, isn't he?
Yes, he is. Yeah.
So Zampa's got 1 left. Stoinis presumably has 1 left.
Yes, Stoinis has got 1. Zampa's got 1.
Cummins 2.
2 for Cummins. Yeah, and yeah, that's it after this.
So Cummins bowls 17 and 19. No, this is 17, isn't it? So 18 and 20.
Just thinking about the conundrum the West Indies were in against South Africa when Ross and Chase and Azara Joseph were firing and the others weren't. They had to
launch that by Dubé, but he doesn't really get hold of it. Goes out to deep mid wicket where Maxi's fielding, and it'll be a single. Yeah, if Stoinis bowls the 19th, that'll be interesting.
It will. It really will.
Yeah.
167 for 4. Run rate 10.33, which implies around 207, 205, 206.
Yeah, they've only gone 9 and over for the last 5 overs, which is surprising, really.
Zampa tosses
doesn't
that
mean
one
that
up.
they won't
Oh,
get
big
12
thick outside edge, and oh dear,
put it down.
fucking hell, Marsh, he caught that and then dropped it, you fucking idiot. It's just looped up there by Hardik Pandya, the easiest of simple catches, and somehow Marsh has dropped it. He held onto it comfortably and then just let go of it or something. I don't know. Let's have a look again.
The burden of captaincy has trickled from his shoulders down to his hands there as Marsh just simply couldn't hold on to regulation catch, really.
Oh dear, I think the wind is playing a little bit of a havoc. I think he got held up in the wind. He nearly ran past it, got his hands in the right position. It just bounced out of them. Another one, and that's also not carried. This is amazing. What is going on here?
As I recall you saying 10 overs without Australia dropping the catch. Have dropped 2 and 2 balls now.
No, that wasn't a drop. That didn't carry.
I don't think that carried, but it should have carried. I don't know where the wind's coming from.
Threw the kitchen sink at that one, didn't he?
Yeah, and it just went up and dropped short of the fielder. Madness, I tell you.
Oh dear.
Zampa comes in. This ball has been flat tapped by Duvet. He's not really timed it. It's out to deep mid wicket. They'll get a single.
Well, the resilience of the man Dubé just not giving up here.
No. Well, I think you've got to throw everything at every ball now, doesn't he?
Well, I think
3 overs left
that's
after this.
Actually costing them. I think in a way they'd be better off working it and getting. There are 2s around the place on this bit.
Yeah,
I think
that's a very good point.
That's
a very good point.
I think everything comes in boundaries, and it doesn't.
Well, no, it's true.
India, of course, playing with the awareness that the win of any margin really suffices for them to go through at this stage.
Absolutely. I still think they want 200 plus on the board. That one is clipped out to deep mid wicket, and there's a single, especially from where they've been. I mean, yeah, they might be happy with a 185, but I don't think so. Considering.
Well, 3 overs to go, they've surely got to get to 200.
Yeah, I thought so. I mean, that's what I said. I mean, if from where they were at 13 overs, Australia will feel if they kept down to 200 or below, then that's bonus time. That's been flapped out to deep backward square. Davey Warner's fielding out there. They just get through for another single. 5 off the over. 3 overs to go. 171 for 4.
And it's just the pace off the pitches suddenly got much harder, isn't it? It's weird. There's a lot of happiness going on YouTube, discussion from, I suspect, English supporters comparing how really shit Australia's suddenly become and how it's the end for Australia. But and some discussion of Staffordshire oatcakes for some extraordinary reason, which are apparently the food of the gods. Mog says time to bring that Maxwell head bowling access powerhouse on. Also, Marsh just dropped the World Cup. Yankin G-Man said Dubé sucks all tournament long. Yankin G-Man is a wonderful example to all of you listeners. He's just become a Patreon, and we could use as many Patreon supporters as we can. If you go to patreon.com/Gorilla Cricket, you could become a monthly supporter of ours from as little as $2 a month.
Let's bring in the support, guys.
Well, we need it. We are moving. Cummins is coming in. His 3rd over. He's around the wicket to Dubé. It's wide and full, and it's driven out through extra cover. Is anyone back there? There is someone at long off. They'll get round, but it will be 2 runs. First ball of the over. Yeah, we're going to have to move. I'm selling the flat. I've been subsidising Gorilla long enough.
Oh, I see.
And I need the cash from the flat to send my daughter to university and do many other things. So the time here has come to an end, and so we're going to need to find premises. And unfortunately, the reason we've been here is because mortgages are cheap.
Oh no.
But they're no longer cheap. That one is hit back down the ground. Has he got enough on it? Well, there's no one straight anyway. He's got nowhere near enough on it.
Lands safely there for Shivan Dubé.
Yeah, well short. Toe ended it. Dropped well short of the man at long on. They'll just get the single. And I reckon we need about £1,500 a month to cover rent, even for a 250 square foot plus bills and shit. So we kind of need to double our Patreon. And we rely on you guys.
The support will come in, I'm sure.
Well, I hope so. Because we'd like to stay
we've
on
already had some people respond. Thank you very much. So it's we're looking for all the support we can get.
Indeed. Well, Hardik back on strike. Only 6 off 8. Dubé 27 off 20. It's not been spectacular, but that one is hit hard, but back down the ground, and they'll just be the one
Safely
run.
cut off there by Josh Hazelwood. And it was entertaining to hear the unreserved criticism for the Australians that you all had.
That's what the show is all about, Dylan.
Exactly.
We're allowed bias on our show. We're not a straight broadcaster. That's the joy of being guerrilla cricket. You can have bias either way. If you're Australian, you can be biased for Australia. If you're English, you can be biased for English. If you're Indian, you can be biased for India, and etc. etc. That's a few rounds. That's pulled by Dubé. The Grand again got great timing. Maybe wide enough of deep mid wicket to get back for 2, but they don't. Yeah, Australia doing well. They're cutting off the boundaries here. There hasn't been a boundary for a while.
The pressure of the innings close seems to be getting to Dubé especially.
Yeah.
Really allowing the ball to be timed and really forcing the issue with his bat there.
Well, the next over could be the telling one. Stoinis is on. Current rate, they'll get to 199. That'll do for me. I need over 197.5, I think.
It's going to be tight there.
It is. It wasn't looking like it was going to be tight for a while. That is
in the gap.
Yeah, swatted over cover.
Races
indeed, races away for 4. Thank you very much.
1, 2, 3, 4.
That's a pretty good improvisation there by Hardik, really. It's a swat, really.
It would be relieving for the Indian fans to see a timely return to form for Hardik Pandya.
Exactly. Drills that one down towards long off. It'll just be a single, but that 4 makes that over okay. What is that? 4,
that is
6,
true.
10 off the over. It's not so bad.
He did
181 for 4.
visibly struggle in that IPL campaign when he was leading the Mumbai Indians, but he's found his touch, hasn't he, there?
Yeah, that was all kind of weird though, wasn't it? I mean, they stripped Rohit of the captaincy and then bought Hardik and installed him. It's all a bit fucking weird. Didn't do them any favours as they ended up bottom of the group, winning virtually nothing. A little bit harsh.
Mog says some true heroes have indeed doubled their Patreons. Mog, who's to an incredible level, I may say, in Mog's case. Thank you, Mog.
I agree, and they have, and we are very grateful for that. But there's all the other ones of you out there, you know who you are, who listen regularly, and that some of you won't be able to, and that's fine. Some of you will be able to, and please do, you know. We rely on you.
Jay says, Dylan is looking mint as always and going to have to get changed out of pure shame.
What the fuck was that? Hardik has sort of... Well, he's driven it over extra cover, but he's pivoted like he's lost his feet after he's played it and swiveled round like he's trying to pull it. It's really weird. He got it out in the middle of the bat and it's flown over extra cover, very flat, but it's gone all the way for 6. And this is the over they should target. I mean, Stoinis has gone for fucking 48 of 3.1 overs. And he's bowled in the 19th, which is what many people argue is the most important over in the game.
Oh dear.
Well, it's not a good time to be bowling medium pace.
Well, that's it. And that one's got the same treatment. Has it got enough on it? Yes, it has. It's over a tall man. I think Hazelwood down at long off. But
so Hardik Pandya are really looking to take advantage of the situation.
And 2 6s off the first 2 balls.
Rubbish.
Oh, it's Stoinis. Yeah, he's not a great bowler. If the wicket
does take wickets.
If the wicket's a little bit sticky and it offers something in slower deliveries, he can be quite effective. But this wicket, I don't think he is.
He'll probably get a wicket this ball from a long hop or something like that.
Yeah, another shit takes wickets.
Well, Australia will be banking on him to contribute during the chase.
Well, big hoik by Hardik Pandya. He's a bit upset with himself because he was looking to launch that over cow, but he got a big, thick inside edge onto his pad, dribbled out on the offside, and he gets a single.
The complexion of the game shifting in India's rhythm once again. They pick up the boundaries.
Well, they got wickets in hand, 2 overs to go. You know, you just got to keep trying to plug away. Eventually, luck changes. Yeah, all those slight miss hits get hit out in the middle eventually. Dubé's faced 21 deliveries and Hardick's faced 14, so they faced enough deliveries in a T20 to sort of be in. See how Dubé treats Stoinis. Over the wicket. It's been flicked way out.
Straight to the man, and
cow corner.
Has adjusted well to the left-handed batsman. That seems to be the plan, getting him to play to that fielder.
Well, yeah. You've got to think Dubé should have got under that more and hit it for 4. I mean, he's got 28 of 21. It's not lightning pace and it's okay, but I think people generally want more out of him. But he's out, and we have to say goodbye.
The crowd says, the crowd says, the crowd says you're out.
So just as you said, Stoinis gets a wicket.
Yeah, but he's conceded. Well, he's got twice as many wickets as Hazelwood for 4 times as many runs.
There you go.
It's almost as though Hazelwood builds the pressure, and then they try and go after Stoinis.
Yeah. Well, it's not bad. I mean, off 4 overs, okay, you've lost a wicket, but you've still got 5 left for a start. And he's gone 6-6-1 wicket, so that's 13 off the first 4 balls. Okay, you've lost a wicket. If the next 2 balls yield 3 runs, you've got 16 off the over. It's not that bad, is it? Second to last over. Get 10 off the last. They're up at 200 and around about 210. I think they'd wanted 220 to 230 at one point. But
well, Bear's feeling very relaxed with this bet, I noticed.
Yeah, well, I only need.
There's a bet on, is there?
Yeah, I got over 197.5 for India. I think they should get there. That's only a small bet. It's always small bets, Dylan, but it's always nice to win them.
Of course. Well, Jadeja's been in hapless form with the ball, the weak link in the Indian bowling attack.
Which is weird, isn't it? When
really
he's
is.
flashed at that one outside the off stump, he's missed it.
So let's see if he can add some runs to the table here for India as they come to close out their innings.
Yeah.
So it's not just the JJ. Hardick was bowling absolute tripe in the last match.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Well, it'll be interesting how Australia go about Jasprit Bumrah as well. I mean, he's got to be bowled with a tournament so far, hasn't he? He's hardly gone for any bloody runs and taken a hatful of wickets.
It's just such a unique set of attributes that Bumrah's got.
Yeah, very much so.
That makes him
that's
driven.
Driven nicely by Jadeja out towards deep points. They should have tried for 2 and probably to get Hardick on strike, but they haven't. 195 for 5. 1 over to go. That one went for 14. Not the worst by Stoinis, considering he went for 13 off the first 3 balls of the over. He's pulled it back nicely, but still 14. Second to last over. 1 over to go. Get 14 more off that. 209. So I think India would be happy with. I think they feel that they left a few out there. After Rowitt got 92 or 41.
Yeah, we did see that slow kind of constriction of runs. A lot of Australia did well to come back. The tight work from Hazelwood and the others. But let's see how this innings finishes off as we await the final over.
This is what makes you wonder, doesn't it? I mean, if Rohit can get 92 or 41, is it like Quinton de Kock the other day? It's not as good a batting wicket as you thought, and Rohit just had an absolute flyer.
Exactly. I still remember that game seeing Quinton de Kock. I often think it was going to be a high-scoring. High-scoring match. It turned out not to be so.
Exactly. Well, Cummins is going to bowl the last. He's gone for 38 in his 3 so far. He's bowling at Jadeja, who hoiks that into the leg side. Go out to deep square leg.
Timing not really
there
on for these.
No, exactly. Let's look at Hardier. That 6 was extraordinary.
It was. It really was.
It's almost like a discus thrower. Sort of hit the shot and carried on with the circle, you know, to carry the momentum.
Can't say I've quite seen a shot like that before.
No. 4 required for 200.
Yeah, India pushing closer to that mark here.
Yeah. I don't know what Pat is wanting. Deep square is, I think, moving just behind square on the boundary.
How do you think Hardick will be looking to exploit this field here, Ben?
Well, he usually likes to get across and crunch it into the leg side. And he just instead just plants his feet and has a big swing. Doesn't get anything on it. Through the keeper and there's no run.
Plants his feet nowhere near the ball, too.
Yeah, he just leant back and tried to smash it. He was trying
depending on his head position and hand-eye coordination that Hardick done there.
Yeah.
Let's see if it pays off. last 4 deliveries.
4 deliveries left in the innings. Hardick facing up. 25 or 15 he's got. Cummins is a widey bowler. Clips down to wide, long on. Just beat a single. 197 for 5.
So the last 5 overs have gone to just 7.4 and over. That's
a good comeback. That is a good comeback from. You have to say. I've got over 198 and a half. Sorry, I need 2 more runs off 3 balls.
Surely.
Should do. You'd have thought, wouldn't you? I remember Jack doing this in the IPL and it somehow going horribly wrong.
Oh, that's right.
Cummins is coming in to bowl to Jadeja, who has hit that for 6. That's gone quite a long way into the crowd. Clipped sweetly off his toes.
And what a way to bring up the 200 for India. They'll be elated with that.
They will indeed. Lovely shot.
Elegantly flicked away there by Jadeja.
Yeah, it was a bit too full, wasn't it, on the pads? He was able to just clip it.
I mean, it was asking to be dispatched, but it still has to be done.
Exactly. Well, it's around a wicket again. Slower ball this time from Cummins, who gets pulled with no time out to deep mid wicket. Yeah. And there's just 1 left in the over. India 204 for 5. You know what? I don't think Australia have feel too bad about that after where they were at 13 overs.
Yeah,
So
well,
are
it was
we-
certainly looking 220 at least, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was looking that way.
That's right. So, Don, well, are we starting to see that Australian comeback taking form? What do you think?
Well, it is going to depend. Someone at the top of the order's got to go some still. I mean, that's pulled in the air. It's going to fall safe down towards the man on a 45. Last ball, they just go for the single. They don't bother trying to run back for the 2, wastelessly waste a wicket. 205 for 5 after 20 overs. India end. Stage of 9 off 5 and 17 for 27. Sorry for Hardik Pandya. You have to say, man of the innings was. You'd have to say was Rohit Sharma. Got 92 off 41 deliveries. Sky got 31 off 18, I think. They were the only 2 innings of note, apart from Hardik's 27. Dubé got a slowish 20 something. But 205, I think they're in the game.
Absolutely. And just speaking to Rohit Sharma, come at the hours. There's a lot riding on this game for both sides, and he really was there to stand up and deliver for India today.
Well, indeed. And now Australia, knowing they've got to win, are going to have to get something out of the top of the. They need something big out of the big guns at the top of the order. They need Travis Head to fire today. Well, Mitch Marsh to fire. He hasn't fired yet, the skipper. Maxey to come to the party if he's required.
We do remember what Mitchell Marsh did in that World Cup final in the T20.
Well, exactly. I mean, we know he's capable of big hits. He's just not managed it yet here, has he? So I guess they'll get the spin onto him. He doesn't particularly like the spin. He likes the pace on the ball. 92 for Rohit. Kohli was out for 0 off 5. Pant got 15. Suryakumar 31. Dubé 28. Hardik 27. And Jadeja 9. There were 3 extras. It was 205 for 5. Stark 2 for 45. Hazelwood 1 for 14. Cummins none for 48, Zampa none for 41, and Stoinis 2 for 56. Got some pastings going on there. Apart from Hazelwood, who went for 3.5 and over. Everyone else got some damn. But right, I guess I need. Look, I've been on for fucking 20 overs, and I'm going to have to do another 20 overs now. So we're gonna nip off because I need to go and have some toast and do something.
See you shortly.
All right. So
See
we'll be back in probably about 5-10 minutes.
Set for a thrilling second innings.
Indeed. See you shortly.
And to get people towards the Polish border, they'd escaped through the railway lines.
So in Kharkiv, in the east of Ukraine, there was an Indian medical student called Faisal Qasim, who came to Ukraine to study, found out there was some cricket being played, and because he'd played very, very high standard cricket as a boy, he began to play in Ukraine. He would have been the team's opening bowler, kind of for the national team. When Russian tanks kind of appeared on his streets when the invasion began. Because he'd been in Ukraine for a while, he spoke the languages, he knew the place. He was responsible for getting his entire dorm of students to safety. So firstly, he kind of took them underground into a basement of the dorm, cooked for them, kind of kept them all safe, kept them alive, and then when the time was right, hatched this escape plan. Because the metro trains weren't running at the time, he worked out that if they walked under the metro line, they could arrive at Kharkiv train station, and from there he got everyone's safety through Poland.
I mean, that's just one story of heroism. A lot of the conversations you had with people were actually fighting on the front line. I mean, there's one story, and again, I'm slightly mixing up the people I sort of feel I've got to know quite well in the book with the things that they did. But it was literally about to take down Russian orcs, which is what they call it, based on Tolkien, right? But the quote that I found was, "But with time, cricket taught me patience, to think carefully and to wait for the right moment. It's basically a game of discipline." And he was applying that learning to effectively ambushing the invasion of Russian soldiers and shooting them.
Yeah, that was Sasha Romanenko. Who,
Sasha again, was it? Okay.
Before the war, was the cricket team's wicketkeeper, top order batter, and just one of the Ukrainian guys who really kind of, really took to cricket. And the kind of Indian expats who were living in Ukraine at the time and were part of the cricketing culture, they really rated him as a Ukrainian cricketer. And he told me, as he was, again, cricket then in the past, and he was a soldier in the front lines, risking his life, he would tell me that his childhood growing up playing cricket kind of prepared him in some ways for being on the front lines, because cricket teaches you courage and teamwork and leadership. So he really does kind of appreciate the lessons that cricket taught him.
We talk about teamwork and community collaboration, those kind of things. Another thought that struck me, or that you bring out very well, is even when cricket had to stop and war and defence of their country takes over, the cricket community of players remained very much in touch and watching out for one another, and even if they couldn't see each other, they were constantly checking on one another's whereabouts in different parts of the battleground, which is sort of about the friendship connections and the bonds that you build through playing cricket, and how they transferred themselves to sustaining people in such extreme adversity.
I mean, I think it's the same the world over, that cricket clubs, they're not just sporting teams, they are friendship groups and support networks as well. So, especially nowadays, with every cricket club has a WhatsApp group, and sort of people are in touch that way, and teammates can check in on each other if they're having any problems. But it's just so incredibly sad for the Ukrainian cricket team. They're dealing with something just so awful. It's kind of really is life or death.
Sorry, go on.
No, I was just going to say that one example would be in Kharkiv, when all of the city was forced underground by the shelling. It was the cricket WhatsApp group that kind of people were checking in on each other, kind of, are you okay? And actually, without these, it was WhatsApp groups, and without these kind of connections between cricketers, then the evacuations wouldn't have happened, and people wouldn't have been able to organise getting out of the country.
Building on a sort of a community, so you had the sort of connections to make these things happen, which is phenomenal. Let me just pick another couple of names to bring it to life. One was the pastor, Wayne. I'll say his name wrong, and you'll hopefully correct me. Wayne Zech. He seems to play a prominent role in the story.
Yeah. So his story is that he was an Australian Baptist pastor of Ukrainian descent. He came to Ukraine in the early 90s. He'd played cricket in Australia, in Queensland, growing up. But he sort of assumed that, moving to Ukraine, cricket just wouldn't be part of his life. He kind of accepted he wouldn't play anymore. Until he found out that cricket was played in Kiev. And I found it quite funny when he told me that he grew up in Queensland. They played cricket a certain way, the kind of Australian late 80s kind of style of cricket. He turned up to his first game of cricket in Kiev, and it was mainly Indian expats playing T20, coloured clothes, big hits every ball, and he just had to adjust to that. So what he did was he shipped in a bowling machine to Ukraine. Converted a barn where he was growing, I think it was mushrooms at the time, some kind of greenhouse barn. Turned that into an indoor cricket net and spent the winter just netting the whole time, kind of getting back into form.
Which then I think didn't all the locals come along and go, what on earth is going on in this barn? And suddenly out of it grew more cricketers.
It's exactly that. And actually he became... all these clubs around Ukraine were mainly kind of expats from cricket-playing nations. But Wayne Czech was the captain of the first kind of native Ukrainian cricket team. So his players were mainly people from the church that he worked at, and he organised a home ground for them. They used his church as a pavilion, and they became Ukrainian cricket's underdogs because they were complete beginners.
They were the locals, right? Versus the taking on the expats who played the game forever.
It was exactly that. It was a bunch of young Ukrainian guys who'd never played cricket before, and they came in time to take on these expat Indian, much stronger cricket teams. And in the end, they won some games and did really well.
Well, let me just pick out one more name, and then we'll sort of start to move on a bit. But Anna, again, my pronunciation, but I'll roll with it and see how I go. Anna Morochkin. Morochkina, who struck me as being a really interesting lady. Give us a little bit about her story in Ukrainian cricket.
She's also one of the stories that I would love the world to read about and know about. I think she absolutely has a place in world cricket right now. As a Ukrainian female cricket coach, when the war began, she evacuated her young daughter to Croatia, Zagreb. And one evening kind of stumbled across games of cricket in Zagreb that kids were playing with Lucia, the South African coach. She became the translator for these kids, and also became one of the coaches. Mm-hmm. And she came to use these cricketing evenings was the captain of the first kind of native Ukrainian cricket team. So his players were mainly people from the church that he worked at, and he organised a home ground for them. They used his church as a pavilion, and they became Ukrainian cricket's underdogs because they were complete beginners. They
were the locals, right? Versus the taking on the expats who played the game forever.
It was exactly that. It was a bunch of young Ukrainian guys who'd never played cricket before, and they came in time to take on these expat Indian, much stronger cricket teams. And in the end, they won some games and did really well.
Well, let me just pick out one more name, and then we'll sort of start to move on a bit. But Anna, again, my pronunciation, but I'll roll with it and see how I go. Anna Morochkin. Morochkina, who struck me as being a really interesting lady. Give us a little bit about her story in Ukrainian cricket.
She's also one of the stories that I would love the world to read about and know about. I think she absolutely has a place in world cricket right now. As a Ukrainian female cricket coach, when the war began, she evacuated her young daughter to Croatia, Zagreb. And one evening kind of stumbled across games of cricket in Zagreb that kids were playing with Lucia, the South African coach. She became the translator for these.
We are back with Mog and Anindo.
Hello.
Hello. Well, that was good from India. Well, probably wanted a little bit more than that, didn't they, Indo? But
Well, it was good from Rohit Sharma, not from India.
yeah. Well, generally that's how big scores are scored, aren't they? One guy goes ballistic. First ball from Arshdeep is a swinging delivery away from Travis Head. And there will be no run as he plays it out to the off.
Just as a reminder, ODI World Cup final. It was Rohit versus the Aussies, and then the Aussies just went this.
Yeah, but they got the run.
Travis said.
But they got the runs
Got
on the
30
board,
less
didn't
overs this time.
Sorry, what?
They have 30 less overs this time, so who knows how that'll change the equation.
Next ball is driven by Warner out towards the boundary. Should come back for two, and they do.
No, but I think 205 is a very defendable ball.
Yeah, it should be defendable. We don't know what the wicket is like. So, if it was...
I think the Australians in the last 5 overs, 6 overs, bowled well, which they hadn't bowled in the first over.
Well, yeah, was it that, or was it just that Rohit was on, in a
of course,
golden moment? And
as well, right? Because he was anticipating where they were going to bowl, but I think they got their act together as well.
That's played square on the offside, out to the man at point, and there is no run. And that's the question: is the wicket that easy, or is it just that Rohit was just having one of those days? In which case, India should win this quite easily, by about 30 runs.
I don't think it's an easy wicket. I don't think the Indian batters played particularly badly. The Aussies bowled well. The wicket wasn't that easy, I think, and Rohit just made it look simple.
Yeah, exactly. Which means someone in the Australian team's got to do the same to be able to match India, I reckon. Something similar, or two of them have got to make up for Rohit at least, as that one is just defended into the offside and there is no run at a similar pace. I mean, Sky went at good pace as well. He did himself really, and he got 31 off 18.
That delivery, he just fell into a trap.
Yeah, a big.
You had Stoinis tell Stark what to do. I mean,
exactly, a big elephant trap that he didn't see. Arshdeep has just gone for 2 in his first over.
And to your point there, when we were in competition.
Oh, under edge goes past Pant. He's unlucky, got wrong-footed. And that's going to get Warner his first boundary of the day. Not very convincing.
You ask where I live. Here's the address I give. The phone.
Maybe that was just getting going.
Yeah. What we were discussing before about them. Sorry, about them playing in the IPL all the time against each other for 10 weeks. They pretty much know how to get each other out.
Yes, it is. It's almost like 2 IPL teams, just in a different setting, different clothes, and no fucking stupid breaks. That's out, gone. Edged. Arshdeep gets the first wicket. David Warner has gone in the first over. He's just pushed at one outside the off stump. Been going away from him anyway. He's been caught. There's a slip there. He's about second slip. Didn't see who it was. It was Sky, wasn't it? And the first wicket has been taken.
The crowd says. The crowd says. The crowd says.
You're easy as you like. There.
No, it's jingle I'd have used, but there you go.
What, this one?
Fuck off! Just fuck off!
Is that the right one?
No, I would have done that. Don't turn around, I'll be gone or something. Nice, pleasant one is.
Was that you, Mog?
What do you take me for?
I don't know, Mog. I don't know.
No, that was...
Were you born in Tasmania, the man, Mog?
Yeah.
Oh, right, okay.
Mog and the Penguins.
Oh, we have penguins in Victoria as well.
This is true.
Cheapens the whole thing, really.
What, the penguins?
Penguins. We used to call them fairy penguins, but they're called little penguins now.
Oh. I mean, Humboldt penguins?
What, like Humboldt squid?
Yeah. Well, in at number 3, a man who really hasn't had much of a tournament, and he's the skipper, and he goes like this.
He's not Jeff, he's not Sean, he's not Rod, he's not Daniel, he's not Jack, he's not Jamie, he's not Lisa, he's not Paul, he's not Adrian, he's not Andrew, he's not CJ, he's not
First
Christian,
ball, Travis Head. It's the second over. Bummer's bowling at him. He just plays it down to short third man. And there is no run. We'll have a jingle for the bowler as well.
he's not Terry, he's not Brendan. And now then, Marty Bumrah, oh, you're bowling again, aren't you? Oh, I thought as much.
Bumrah's been bowling his first change through the World Cup.
Yeah, he generally has been. That's on the pads of Head. It goes down towards fine leg and they'll get themselves a single. Then move on to 6 for 1. That was just poked at by Warner, wasn't it? So quite a poor shot, really.
Well, that could be Warner's last innings, isn't it, in international cricket? It's not his last.
Or is he retiring from all international cricket at the end of this?
You really think Australia's going to get knocked out here?
Yeah, I do. If they lose this, I think they're in serious trouble. I can't. I can see Afghanistan
So you're
beating.
banking on Afghanistan beating Bangladesh.
Yeah, I am. And
Not bad.
I mean, Bangladesh have been hopeless so far. That one's just played square on your side. There's no run. But see, Bangladesh probably have got a history with Afghanistan. Don't want to lose to them. But then they've got really nothing to play. Well, I mean, what? I suppose if Australia lose this and Bangladesh somehow wallop Afghanistan by about 150 runs in 2 overs or something, they can qualify themselves. But you know,
Seems like a pretty likely scenario, so get your money on it now.
He's being bare, he probably will, and he probably
Marsh bowls. That's gone straight up in the air.
Look out.
Oh, it's not out. Didn't carry. You know what? I think I missed the first wicket, and I don't think I've got the second one either. So I better get on there quick. It's just not offering me the odds quick enough, you know, boys. It's a bit upsetting.
Well, that's how they get you.
I know.
I think Bangladesh might be the worst team to make the later stages of a tournament since.
No,
Kenya
I think
did
genuinely the
96.
USA, the USA are.
No,
Yeah.
they don't count. It's their first.
No, Bangladesh is worse.
Bangladesh is worse because you expect better of them, really. But
Yeah. Don't expect anything from the US.
no. But they did all right against South Africa. Didn't lose by too many. If that one's guided down towards third man, it'll be a single.
Well, Nepal did pretty well against South Africa as well.
Well, South Africa,
Africa's
as
the
everyone
problem.
has said, South Africa really haven't won anything convincingly, but have managed to win every game. A bit like Fergie
Due
time,
for
I
a
suppose. Winning, you got to win. It doesn't really matter how you do it, does it? Winning ugly is fine as long as you
Winning
win.
ugly.
Well, Rohit must be feeling quite happy. Bumrah is coming into bowl. He's lost his run up. He was going to go around a wicket to Travis Head. But he pulled out of his run up. Yeah, Marsh trying to pull that. It looked like he was done for pace a little bit there. He was a bit late on the shot and cannoned off his gloves. And Rohit was furious that Pant didn't actually take the catch. Last ball of the over, Bumrah coming around the wicket to Travis Head, who drives that out to the covers. No great timing, and it's a dot ball. Merv Hughes there looking fat and handlebar moustached.
And stupid.
Yeah, over to you, Mog.
The energetically named Steve Howes the Bacon Bruce says, how many beers have you had today, Bear?
This is only my second.
Okay, good. Muttley says, welcome back, Primates. Steve Howes also asks if that's Mog the famous jingler. No,
Yeah.
it's not.
It is.
And Leah says,
Really?
Humboldt penguins are from South America,
No,
near the
no,
Humboldt
Spain,
Current. You know, the one with the Humboldt squids. And Messi says Bangladesh are actually worse than the USA. Harsh but fair.
Well, Archdeep is going to continue. 1 for 6 in his first over.
So there was this this whole thing about Bangladeshi fans, they just absolutely hate India. And I know everybody in the world hates India, but Bangladeshis hate India even more than everybody else. And I've never understood why, because we're the ones who got them independent. But anyway, never mind. So the latest theory, and they have it on the Bangladesh television, is that India versus Bangladesh, India was apparently allowed to practice on the pitch on which they played.
They were allowed to what? Sorry, you got a bit bubbly then.
They were allowed to practice on the actual pitch on which they played. Because obviously nobody's allowed to practice on a pitch where you play. So that's the kind of narrative that goes on. I mean, they just can't bear to use it.
Oh dear. First ball for Marshdeep's next over. The reason I let Anandya go is Marsh can't seem to hit it very well. He clipped the first one to move wicket. Second one he's had a big hoik. Slower delivery, I think, from Marshdeep. He's tried to smash it back over his head. Yeah, he's rolled his fingers across the ball. And Marsh was looking out towards cow corner. The ball was gently arching over his back to pant behind the stumps.
He's going to dislocate something if he keeps swinging that hard.
Yeah. Well, what was it? Why couldn't he bowl for the first couple of matches? What's his injury? Side strain or something? That's pulled, and not with great timing again by Marsh, but he's got it over the infield, and it will run away to the boundary, and it will be 4 runs. Gets himself off the mark, 5 or 6. Travis Head has yet to score.
So, Monk, whereabouts do you live these days?
Melbourne.
Oh, in Melbourne.
Good old-fashioned Melbourne. Australia's premier city for culture, coffee, sport, people that can't drive for shit, and
when Sydney-siders would say something about that, wouldn't they?
Oh, nobody can fucking drive in this country.
Down the track, and dropped by Arshdeep on his follow-through. I think Mitch Marsh toe-ended that. Didn't really time it particularly well, and Arshdeep was a bit surprised.
Neither team's doing very well with catches today, are they?
No. Well, I mean, Mitch Marsh's drop earlier was pathetic.
I think they had the catching stats up before, and Australia and India were at the bottom.
They are,
about
yeah.
70, between 70 and 75 or something.
Well, he's got that on a splice. No timing whatsoever. Should have been caught and bowled.
How I should drop that. We should have caught that. Punch should have got the previous one.
Yep. That's another slower ball. Nice drive by Marsh, though. Through the infield. Could he be a captain's innings today, much like Rowett, as he gets 4. And this over's gone for 8 with 1 ball to go. There's a nice shot by Mitch Marsh. Maybe he can play himself into some form. Cody just couldn't get across to it. And of course there's only 2 fielders in the outfield, so there you go, 16 for 1 off 2.5. Target is 206. Oh, I have to look at the GPL, see where we're at on that. That's pulled. Has he got enough on that? It's gone a long way up in the air. And it's gone far enough back. 6 runs to Mitch Marsh. So that over eventually cost 14. A good over for Australia. And Australians may be cheering that Mitch Marsh has finally got something together. Over to you, Moggy.
Farong says his grandmother on his mother's side was born in Deloraine, which is in Tasmania, not that far from where I'm from, and she supported Collingwood, so she clearly wasn't one of the good ones. And in an attempt to alienate our German listeners, Leah says Indian haben Australien Schicksal in Händen. Live-Kommentar für Australiens Chase jetzt live auf Guerrilla Cricket.
Aha. That was very good German.
I'll leave it to the Germans to decide.
Well, yeah. It sounded good to me anyway as an Englishman. But then we're shit with foreign languages. We've lost the ball.
German enough.
I think we've either lost the ball or it's been destroyed.
It went on the roof, did it?
I thought it didn't, but maybe it just landed somewhere that fucked it up. Seemed a bit top edgy, really. Maybe it got him with the wind. Maybe that's with the wind or whatever. They all just watched it. Arshdeep thought someone was going to catch it, but nah.
What is it? Was he hoping the hand of God was going to come down and grab that one for him?
Exactly.
Messi suggests that Perth drivers are even worse than Melbourne drivers, which really probably wouldn't surprise me.
And you have such a fucking shitty speed limit as well, like 55 kilometres an hour everywhere. It's like you've got fucking.
There's a lot of places where it's 40, which is just absolutely obnoxious.
Well, we've got loads of places in London now at 20 miles an hour. It's like fucking crawling. It's ridiculous. Keep getting overtaken by cyclists on their e-bikes. It's like, and they got cameras everywhere that obviously click you. As long as you know where they are, though.
Power walkers.
Yeah, well, exactly. But 55 kilometres an hour on some of those outback roads, that just straight, you can see for fucking miles. I got caught so many times when I was in Australia doing. Luckily, they caught me when I was doing about 100 clicks, but most of the time I was doing about 130. Travis Head is clumping that over backward point, and he's got himself a boundary. Get himself moving. That's 4 runs. That's a nice shot. Can't really bowl there to Travis Head. That's his arc. Just a little bit wide from Jasper. Giving him room to free his arms and carve it away. There's a slip and a sort of short, well, gully I suppose you'd call him. That's powered away into the leg side, and Head has made a move, and he's pulled Jasper for 2 consecutive 4s.
There's probably more 4s than he's been hit for in his entire work.
Yeah, probably. He's bowled so well in this World Cup. Really difficult to get away. I guess, you know, some of the teams you've beaten. I mean, who have you really played as a top team? Who did you have in the group stage was the other top teams in your group? Well, West Indies you beat pretty convincingly.
That's the only other top team.
Bumrah outside the off stump, who the keeper in his no run. There must have been another one.
Pakistan, Afghanistan.
Yeah.
But again, they're not top teams.
But again, they got frailties in their batting orders that, you know, Bumrah can definitely exploit. Jasper coming over the wicket. Is he around the wicket? I presume he's around the wicket. Actually, it's bowling at head. He is indeed. Full toss, smashed through the offside. 3 4s in the over. Oh dear, oh dear. It's shaping up quite nicely after about 3 overs. The third over was the one that Rohit got 29 off, wasn't it? And they suddenly moved to about 36 off of 4, or close to 40 off of 4, from being nowhere after 3.
I'm sure he's doing record or something, right?
Keeping up round and about the run rate. Of course, they've got to do it out of the power play. Dubé is coming in off that fence at point. So is he going to come over? No, he's still coming around a wicket. Bumrah clears to the leg side. Head gets followed by Bumrah, and he just taps it out into the offside and gets a single. 35 for 1. Reasonable start from Australia. Lost just the 1 wicket. Mitch Marsh hasn't gone cheap yet. Both batsmen going at a decent lick to start with. There's a little cross seam delivery, just rolled his fingers around the ball. When we're coming over the wicket to Mitch Marsh. Last ball of the 4th over into Mitch Marsh's pads. He defends it up to mid-on. He'll take the single, still the strike, and the end of the 4th comes. 36 for 1. Over to you, Mog.
Kieran Roseblade says, I used to live near a zoo near Birmingham, so lower your expectations, and they had Humboldt penguins that were from Humble originally, but moved to Dudley, and then had kids, so they can now all be selected for the English national cricket team. He also says the only thing you can catch in Australia is syphilis. You can get chlamydia too, don't worry. Leah says
don't the koala bears have chlamydia
German.
or something?
Or they have more chlamydia than they have eucalyptus leaves, apparently. It's a bit concerning. Yeah, Leah was reasonably complimentary about my German. Source, she is German and can speak the language well enough. And Messi says that the speed limits in Western Australia, country roads, are mostly 110 k's an hour now.
Good.
Which is 68 miles per hour.
Still too slow.
Might have been the quality of the roads you were on, though.
No, they weren't. They were fucking great. Loved it.
Well, there you go.
Swept the fine leg, and there is a No, there was no single. It was a double. No, I loved it. What got me was the coppers all had forward-facing speed guns, so I'd like come over a little brow of a hill, and there weren't many hills, but you come over a brow of a hill and you meet a police car. Unfortunately, at that point I was doing 110 maybe, or 100 instead of doing 140 or whatever it was I was doing otherwise. As that one has swept, hits the field and there's no run, but they pulled me over. I'd actually lost my wallet on about the 5th day, so I didn't have any ID except for my passport, so they never gave me any tickets or anything. That's Hoyt over. Oh, that's gone all the way. That's a good hit from Mitch Marsh. Behind square, all the way down over fine leg. And that will be 6.
2, 4, 6.
Let's have a look at the odds now. I'd be interested to see what they are. What do you reckon? It's about 50-50, isn't it? Could go either way, this. Axar bowls, and it's defended back to the bowler, and there's no run. Well, the bookies have Australia at 7-4. So that's swept hard by Mitch Marsh down to backward square leg, and that'll be 4 more.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
Looks like a
As
batting
they
wicket.
say, you don't know how it's going to work out until both teams have completed their innings.
This is very true.
Yep.
Last ball of the over, Axar round the wicket into the pads. And worked into the leg side out towards deep mid wicket, and they'll stroll back for an easy 2. 12 off that over, 48 for 1 after 5. India was 60 for 1 after 6, so they're pretty close. Yeah, interesting.
Yeah.
That's too cool. Looking for something to bet on. I don't know what to bet on here. Mitch Marsh runs. What's he on? 28.
Head's mustache. Can you bet on that sort of thing?
No. So I'm gonna do something mad. Mitch Marsh to get 56 runs.
56.
I don't know why I'm doing that. Seems a bit of an edgy bet, especially at only 13-8 or something. But hey ho. Do something adventurous.
Piss that away.
Live a little.
Piss that cash away.
48 for 1. Oh, it's less than 20 runs away. No, it's just over 20 runs. Shit. That's short.
That's to double his score.
And it's going to be given as a wide. That's into the pitch by Travis Head. Target, of course, is 206. Marsh is 28 off 16. Head is 13 off 8. Australia 49 for 1 after 5 overs. Harnick has already bowled a wide in this over. It's flat tap by Head. Gets an under edge. It was wide, and he didn't really go across to the ball. He was reaching for it a bit. He's under edge through to Pant, and there's no run. Interesting, they've been quite settled, haven't they, in the power play with who bowls in the power play. Oh, hasn't really bowled in a power play, has he? Or has he? In this, doesn't Arshdeep usually get 3 at top? Maybe not. I've seen Axar bowling in the power play. Hardik Pandya is over the wicket to Head, who smashes him back over his head. That's a lovely shot. Holds the pose a little bit, keeps the arm straight, and smashes that for 6.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Hardik, I imagine, is one man they thought about targeting.
if anyone's giving you good odds for Aussies to win this in 17.3, take it.
17.3.
Yeah.
That would be phenomenal. If they do this in 17.3 overs, woof. Would that mean they'd overtake India on net run rate?
I don't think even that would help.
They have to beat them by 40. Yeah, well, I presume it's the opposite of whatever 41 runs is. That's clipped out to mid wicket and there's no run. There must be at some point at which they could overtake India's net run rate.
It would have been easier to bat first, I would think.
Mathematically possible, as they say.
Yeah. Well, if someone knows how many balls they've got to do to overtake India's net run rate, that would be really handy if someone could let us know.
Ben McCormick has decided Australia has this in the bag.
Well, they're certainly making a good fist of it so far. Wickets will be the thing.
Just takes a couple.
Just takes a couple each. Yeah, exactly that. Yep. I mean, India's struggled late on. Hardik has pulled out of his delivery. I think he got blown off course by a sudden gust of wind.
That is a pretty strong wind.
It is a pretty strong wind, apparently. Maybe it does play havoc with the bowlers. I don't want to see Richard Illingworth picking at his teeth, goddammit, with a toothpick. He's getting
the rest of his lunch out.
Exactly, his quick sandwich at the break. He's putting it back in his wallet. Man. Yeah, exactly. Fucking hell. Hardik in, clipped by Marsh, out towards big open space at the backward square leg. They're probably going to come back for 2 with ease, and they manage it.
15.3 overs Australia need to win in to overtake India's net run rate.
Well, if they get going, I'm sure they'll target it.
15.3 I think is ambitious.
15.3 would be astonishing.
Yeah.
It'd be disgusting is what it would be.
Well, there's that too. I think Australia would just be happy to win, wouldn't they? I don't know I don't know where Australia's net run rate is compared to Afghanistan's though. Afghanistan ahead of them. So that's clipped into the leg side, out towards mid wicket with Dubé Fields, and it'll be a single.
The guy on Kohli cam has been a bit slack today.
Yeah, maybe not to see it. Probably in India it's all over.
Probably doesn't deserve a cam anymore.
Well, after his performance, it's true. Let's have a look at the tables. Out at a rate, Australia, pretty much. So India's on. No, Afghanistan's net run rate is minus 0.65. If Australia win this, they should be pretty much guaranteed to qualify unless Afghanistan can absolutely batter. That's been launched by Travis Head. Out, over, wide, long on. And that will get them 6 more runs.
2, 4, 6.
Yeah, Australia have got to catch up over 2.2 runs on net run rate. Afghanistan will have to catch up whatever. They're currently at 0.8 of a run adrift of Australia. And Bangladesh, well, 0 points and net run rate minus 2.48. 2.49 if you round it up. It's amazing they do net run rate now to 3 decimal places. It's like the timings on Formula 1s where it's down to the thousandths.
Oh, you don't want to be knocked out by 9/1000th of a run, do you?
Yeah, well, exactly.
Lawsuits.
Be hilarious, wouldn't it? 65 for 1. So at the end of the power play, actually, Australia are ahead of where India were. They were 60 for 1, I think, after 6. So interesting times. Marsh is 31 off 18, 26 for 12 off for Head, who didn't score off his first 6 balls, I believe, or 1 off his first 6 balls. So you can certainly catch up. Changed, we're now out of power play, and immediately India turn 2. I'll give him his jingle after this ball. First ball is swept, but only to the man on 45, and there's no run. It's this guy.
I thought that cruelty was science fiction until I saw him today. Now that your death is my addiction. No don't all that Virat chuck away.
Oh, should have left that surely. He's only going to get one. Oh, they're going to come back for two, so it's, I suppose, would have got a wide anyway. Kuldeep pushed it very wide, and Mars kind of prodded his bat at it without moving his feet, just reached for it, poked it out to sort of extra cover. And they were able to get back for two. He always hanging a strike.
I mean, very few of these players move their feet against
well,
spin anyway.
Yeah, that's
no idea.
Yeah, no, exactly. That hit Marsh on the full outside leg stump, I think. There wasn't much of an appeal. They thought about a review, but nah.
Marsh had no idea where the ball was.
It hit him on the full. Yeah, and then it came up and hit him on the grill, and then he didn't know where the ball had gone. But it hit him outside the line of the leg stump on the full. And there is no run. .2. Good start for Kuldeep. Oh, for fuck's sake. Has he got to have his helmet checked because the ball hit his helmet off his pad?
Seriously.
No, that's a bit tedious. It hit him on the grill, it wasn't even on the plastic bit, which is the bit that takes. Protocol.
It's valuable commodities, these players.
I mean, that's like U-boating and U-boating spin and somebody coming and asking for a helmet.
Yeah, it's ridiculous, unnecessary.
Jay Grover tells us he bought the Ukrainian book yesterday and he's looking forward to it.
Okay.
I think I might greet mind. I don't know what that northern slang means, so please explain.
What was it?
I think I might greet, mind. What's greet?
Where is this? Is it on the Twitter, not on the YouTube?
Yeah.
Oh, I can't see it.
It's very important that we get to the bottom of it.
Yeah, we do. That's not maybe a wronger, maybe a top spinner, but going on across head. Marsh, and he pokes it again out to the man on the cover boundary. It's just another single. Good first over here from Kuldeep. It's about the time they lost Pant at about 80, didn't they? You got about 20 or 30, 17, 18, something like that. On the back foot goes Travis Head. Tries to carve it out on the offside past cover, but he can't beat the man there. Jadeja, of course it's Jadeja. Wearing his big thick headband.
It's more like a beanie that's at the top border.
Yeah, something. There's a name for that. It's not an anise band, but it's kind of an anise band, but really thick. But it's got a name. I don't know what it's called.
Stupid anise band.
Yeah, that's cut. This time he does beat the fielder, but there's a man behind him. It'll be just the one run to end the over, 4 off it. Good start from Kuldeep. Oh, it's time for change. God damn. It's good to see that Will hasn't shown up again.
So yeah, and then
so it's going to be, who is it?
Yeah, it's me. Hello, everyone.
Me.
Yeah, you three.
Hello.
Lovely to see all of you again. Good afternoon, wherever you are. Greetings. Hello there.
Hello, everyone.
Who have we got here now?
Leah.
Thanks, Leah. Thanks for jumping in, Leah. Appreciate it.
Is it Leah? Is it? Sorry, we haven't met before. Hi, Leah. How are you?
Yeah, hi, Bennett. How are you?
I'm great. Thank you very much. So it's the 8th over of the innings. An interesting stage passage of play, Messi and Leah here.
I think the spin session is really going to test Australia.
Yes.
Indeed. On the back foot goes Travis Head and punches this one towards the deep extra cover area, and the batters comfortably come back for 2. So target of 206. Australia won the toss and invited India to bat first. In case you're wondering what's happening here, India posted a commanding score of 205 for 5 with skipper Rohit Sharma 92 of 41, was off to a flyer, and Australia did well to come back in the last few overs to curtail the Indians to 205, and Travis Head this one smacks this one on the back foot and straight pass long off for a boundary. Leah, what do you think of the situation at the moment?
I think it's very risky to bowl Hardik Pandya here, considering his first over went for 17 runs. Kuldeep bowled a very tidy one, and Australia have been using the Pacers to get ahead of the required run rate for the last 5 overs. The required run rate is around 10.5, and Australia have been going at almost 13 for the last 5 overs.
Yeah.
So
it's an interesting passage of play, isn't it? Hardik Pandya having gone for plenty in the first over 17, and again being smacked on the back foot, and Travis Head seems to have taken a liking towards him on the back foot and hoiks this one over the deep square leg area wild and into the stands for another 6.
yes, and I think Australia's only worry at this stage is that the Indians accelerated a bit until they lost punt at this stage in their innings, and Australia will need to match that.
Indeed. And also I think will they rue Pant's rather casual approach to that the ball that went up. He lost his footings, but he didn't realize that Mitchell Marsh was away from the crease. That could have been a possible run out.
Yes.
Mitchell Marsh was rather shaky at the beginning, wasn't he? And this one's overpitched, and Travis Head swinging it wildly, and that falls just in front of the diving Rohit Sharma. Unfortunately, he couldn't get to that, and he survives. It was quite a difficult kind of opportunity, but Rohit Sharma was equal to the task, but not able to get to the ball. Just the one run. Travis Head seems to be liking Hardik Pandya, Leah.
Yes, he does. He does, and I think it's interesting that Pandya continues to bowl over the wicket, right arm over the wicket. I think he should try the right arm around the wicket to the left-hander.
Yeah. And it's a different angle, isn't it? He's not been successful here so far. 13 runs coming off these 4 balls. He was already taken for 17 runs in the first over. Mitchell Marsh 34 of 22, Head 40 of 18, required run rate 10.05 at this stage. Pandya bowls shortish, it's down the leg side, and it's although a bit of a bounce there, shortish, when the umpires declare it as the first bouncer of the over. That seemed like it was going on the leg side, Leah. I thought it was a wide for a moment.
Yeah, almost. It arrived at about head height, and it swung. It swung.
But it was on the leg side, wasn't it? So should it have been called a wide? Not sure.
Well, Marsh was coming right down the wicket towards him, and I think he was slightly on the leg side himself already.
But he wasn't. Oh, okay. Unless he moved down the leg side. This was short, slashed towards the mid-wicket stroke, mid-on kind of area. No chance of they go through for a single. Hardik Pandya 2 overs, none for 31. Australia 83 for 1 at the end of 8 overs. Messi, what have you got?
Yes.
Yeah, Hardik went for 32 in 3 overs against Bangladesh, I think, too. Yeah. Richard Peels says, big ups to Leah for jumping in to save the day. That's an impact sub. I love the Gorilla Creek community. Thank you, Senor Peel. Richard Peel, if anybody doesn't know, is one of our great jinglers, along with Morgan Perko and others, and Men with Ven, or Dave Barrett, as he comes out on Twitter. Martley reckons 60k is way too fast to drive in cities. Well, in Perth there are a lot of 50 in suburban streets, but 60 in most main streets.
Thank you, Messi. The next over from the left arm wrist spinner, Kuldeep Yadav, is pushed away gently into the mid-wicket area, and the batters go through for a single. So, Leah, an interesting stage in this group. India have played 2, 1-2, and they're at 4 points. Australia played 2. They've lost to Afghanistan, so they've got 2 points there. Afghanistan have got 2. Bangladesh have not got anything. But how will this be then, from a point of view of the game here? Hold that thought for a second. As Kuldeep pulls left arm over again, Travis said gives himself room on the back foot and punches it towards the deep cow point area, and the batters go through for one. Go on, Leah.
I mean, India are the last unbeaten team remaining in the tournament.
South Africa.
No, South Africa haven't been beaten.
Oh, South Africa haven't been beaten. Right. Yeah, I mean,
in this group, you mean? In this group.
In this group, they're the last unbeaten side for the entire tournament.
Kuldeep bowls this one, so he goes across the line, trying to take the ball from outside the off stump to the onside. The umpires call for a review, and I think Mitchell Marsh was safely inside his crease. But a good tight over so far, just the 2 runs coming. So coming back to the question, if Australia lose this, do they still have a chance to qualify? And if so, how?
Probably an outside
only
one.
if Bangladesh managed to beat Afghanistan quite well.
Yes.
Which is pretty unlikely.
So if Australia lose this game, okay, there's fine chance. But anyway, the Australians, from point of view of how they come back, over the years, I've seen them coming from right behind to win important tournaments. They're almost like tailor-made to come from behind. So from an England point of view, I rather don't have Australia in the semis. But on the back foot, gain towards the long on area, Mitchell Marsh, dangerous. And they go through for a single. These two are dangerous batters, Leah. They can take any bowling apart.
They can, and India really need another breakthrough. Yes,
need a wicket.
absolutely.
And also, these two are shaky starters. If you recognize how they started, Travis said has not been having a great tournament compared to the IPL success he had. On the back foot. This one square driven towards the deep extra cover area, and the batters go through for a single. Good tidy over. The left arm Chinaman keeping the batters at bay, because he can turn the ball both ways, and he is indeed a wicket taker. So Rohit Sharma trying to employ him to break this dangerous partnership. As Kuldeep bowls on the back foot goes Marsh, and he hits this one hard and high, and what an excellent catch. The ball was going over Aksa Patel's head right into the stands. He timed the jump meticulously and plucked the ball out of thin air, and Mitchell Marsh, the dangerous Australian captain who was looking to break free, was out for 37 off 28 runs. That was a tight over which resulted in Mitchell Marsh taking that risk, and with the score on 87, Australia lose their 3rd wicket.
Yeah, that was a flat batted 6 that came at him at around 120 kilometers per hour. Great reaction from Aksa Patel.
You wonder why he was a few meters in from the boundary. It would have been easier had it not been a few meters in from the boundary. But it was an absolutely stunning catch.
Yeah.
But I was about to say, I think spin is Australia's danger here, because they both Head and Marsh like to speed on the ball, as does Maxwell, who's coming in now, actually.
But if you recall, like Aksa Patel struggled to pick the ball in the last couple of overs when it was going away, into the skies, where he lost the ball, although that went over the boundary. However, that's the end of over number 9. We'll hold our thoughts for a second. 87 for 2, 87 for 3, my apologies. Messi, what are our viewers saying?
Jay Grover tells us both the squid and penguins are named after the same von Humboldt. A very good book called The Invention of Nature by Andrew Wolfe about him. About them. There'll always be fairy penguins to me, damn it. He also said road lessons, safety lessons from the bear. Let's not. The BRU membership says Farong are a little irate at the sledging of the Tigers, something I've never done. Yeah, indeed. At the end of the day, Bangladesh have qualified for the next T20 World Cup. So have the USA.
Over number 10, Messi, thank you. And this is Hardik Pandya. They're not refusing to take him off, aren't they? They're just so stubborn, Rohit Sharma, to get him through. And he's getting slammed. This was outside the off, some shot on the back foot, slapped away by head into the deep cow point area. Another boundary.
Hardik Pandya is not looking happy with that.
Leah, what more could he look like? You know, he pulled the short ball. There's no cover
Yeah.
in there. Absolute madness. India are almost ploying into sort of playing Hardik Pandya, bowling, making him bowl all his overs. I'm not sure what the idea here is. Messi, you have any thoughts?
Oh, it's India's answer to Stoinis, I reckon.
Yeah.
But why bowl him?
Wickets
Why
off
bowl him
shit
continuously?
balls.
Yeah, but
Good question.
he's been slammed for 35 runs in 2 overs, and this one's hit nicely to the short extra cover area. Diving skipper Rohit Sharma prevents the ball going through him, and also prevented a single by throwing the ball back to the bowler in quick time. Are they trying to get over those overs, Hardik Pandya overs? Leah?
Partly. Hardik Pandya also has the tendency to buy wickets. He might be expensive. He might also get a very important wicket. So
I
think they might bowl him. Ooh.
Okay, this one's short. It climbed off or a good length. On the back foot goes head. They didn't know much about that. As it goes through to the wicket keeper, there is no chance of a run. A good couple of balls come back on there. Yeah, you're right, Messi. He was a few meters inside of the boundary, and he could have had it very comfortably had he been on the line, and he would have got a lot of stick if he had missed that, because it's not like he was on the line, wasn't he, Messi?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would have been a lot easier. It still would have gone for 6 either way if he hadn't caught it, but
Exactly.
it was still a great catch. Absolutely
Good comeback,
great.
2 deliveries from Pandya on a good length here. Oh, and what a terrible misfield here by Aksa Patel after taking that blind earlier. He hit, the ball was coming straight onto him, and he couldn't prevent it. Or could bounce as well. But at this stage, you would have expected him to stop that, and that brings Travis Head's 50 of 24, and Australia swiftly move on to 95 for 3.
1, 2, 3,
50, 50, 50, pretty nifty on a bowler's pitch.
My apologies, 95 for 2 is Maxwell, who's a new batter at the non-strikers end. This one's again squeezed through the vacant third man, the short third man, and the cow point area exclusively by Travis Head, and that's another boundary, the second boundary in a successive balls, the third of the over.
Yeah, and coming back to my thought from earlier, they might.
Sorry, Leah.
Yeah, they might want to bowl Pandya when they still have some runs to play with, in the hopes of buying a wicket.
Okay, that perhaps is probably the most possible solution that they have at the moment. But they do have a 6 bowler. Shivam Dubey can roll his arm around, but he's not bowled in this tournament so far. Pandya bowls shortish outside the off stump. Another slap there. He's lucky not to get a touch, and that's the end of over number 3 for Pandya. Very expensive, none for 43. 99 for 2 at the end of over number 10. I think we're due a break. We might have a little more time to chat.
Yeah, I was just going to say that Indians must be sick of Travis Head. He made, 163 against India in the World Test Championship
Exactly.
final. And he made, 123, I think, in the T20 World Cup. 146, not out.
Yeah.
In the T20 World Cup final. So that they're thoroughly sick of the sight of him. And he obviously loves playing against them.
And he's like a big match player, isn't he, Messi? He likes the big matches when he comes to the party. Go on. Sorry.
Jay's got a question for you, Bennett. He said, "What the fuck are you wearing, Bennett? Has your son taught you nothing?"
I have taught him the good works, and I have gone back a little bit back after watching you guys, the way you guys dress. Sorry.
I don't dress for looks. I dress for comfort.
I know.
I'm old enough to do that. Speaking of old, sorry, Hendo. Hendo says, to adapt a phrase, Aksa Patel might have just caught the World Cup. Maybe he has. Maybe he has.
Maybe.
Although I don't see India as in any threat of going out of the World Cup today either way. But
No.
yeah, it's a good call.
Interesting. It is indeed. So what happens from here, Leah? What are your thoughts? How does India take this? Do they bring in they still haven't brought in Jadeja hasn't bowled yet.
Exactly.
I wonder why.
Yeah, I was thinking about that. Is he injured? Do we know anything? I haven't read anything about
No,
Jadeja
there's
not
nothing
being
about his
available.
injury. Maybe they're holding him back because Akshar Patel's just bowled the 1-0 for 12. Maybe they're thinking for the left-hander, the ball coming in might make it a lot more easier for Travis Head. So perhaps that's why they're holding him back. But he's an experienced bowler, a bit like Adam Zampa. I mean, the matchup, Adam Zampa and Shivam Dubey, the left-hander who was supposed to be a good batter, good hitter for spinners, especially leg spinners coming into him. But he came back and he bowled a beautiful over, didn't he?
Yeah,
when he
but
got the wicket. I think they should try that with Jadeja. He's experienced, like Zampa.
yes, exactly. And I mean he's a spinner, and Rohit is seeing Hardik Pandya getting carted around the ground. Why not give some of the overs that he had originally planned for Pandya to Jadeja? I don't understand that.
Exactly. We will find out in due course whether it's a costly mistake or whether it was a strategy that really worked out. But if in case you're joining in, there's a slight break, and as we speak, Jadeja has been brought in.
Ooh.
It's almost like Rohit Sharma has heard our little sort of chat, and on the back foot goes Maxwell and slaps this one towards the third man area, and there's no fielder, and that's a boundary.
4
103. Sorry,
Yeah,
go on.
and again they're delivering 10 kids for 100 runs scored, and one poor bastard is
Missing out.
Oh, here goes Maxwell, the left armer outside the off stump, and he goes on the back foot and he does a reverse sweep like none we've seen in recent times. Well over the deep third man boundary for a 6. How do you describe that, Leah? Amazing, isn't it? And next one's pushed into the mid-wicket area and the batters go through for a single. Amazing shot, Leah.
yeah. Glenn Maxwell and unorthodox shots. I will tell you a funny story about that after the over.
Sure. And Maxwell looking dangerous. We know what he can do. He's a 360 player. He's got shots all around. He's had a very mediocre IPL and not a great World Cup either, but Australia persisting with him. He's a magic player. This one's on the back foot and steered away towards the deep cover point area, and they go through for a single. The next one's pushed into... Sorry, that's just they're showing the replays of what Maxwell did in the earlier on.
Excuse me.
A 4 and a 6. So 12 runs of 4 deliveries. 95 required off 56 balls. Jadeja bowls. This once again similar looking shot, and not a similar result, but it's a boundary. It pitches a few, bounces a few balls ahead of the boundary, and that is another boundary coming off that over. And the next delivery, this one, sorry, that's the replay again. My apologies, listeners and viewers. As Jadeja bowls on the back foot, he looks to go 360 to play it on the leg side. He gets the other end of the bat as it goes towards the third man. The batters go through for a single. 16 runs coming off the Jadeja. Perhaps that explains why Jadeja was kept back. Whilst we ponder on that, over to you, Messi. What have you got?
Yeah, I was just looking at Jadeja. He's only taken 1 wicket in this World Cup and has gone for 7 runs and over. So yes, you're right. He hasn't had a great tournament so far. Kieran reckons I barely dress at all these days, which isn't true. When it's cold, I have to put clothes on. Kieran also says, I reckon Australia need to just grind the next few overs to go into the last 5 with wickets remaining. They could burn wickets pretty quick, but then again, I know nothing. I admitted to wearing long johns when it gets cold, and Mog just reckons I really am old. You see, that's the beauty of getting old. It doesn't matter what people think about what you wear. If it's comfortable and warm, you wear it. I wear it, yeah.
So
And Stephen Kelk says it's this Armageddon of runs is disturbing my cooking.
Kuldeep Yadav begins the 12th over, and he's had excellent figures. Leah 2 overs, 1 for 9. This one's played towards the square leg area. The batters go through for 1. Great bowling by Kuldeep. Leah?
Yeah, there's a reason he is one of Anindo's favorites.
And yes, Kuldeep Yadav, can he put the brakes on here? I think India will be struggling. They've got a out of form Jadeja. He's always performed for India either with bat or ball, but they'll have to manage the overs. From the 6th bowler, Akshar Patel not looking great as well. He's gone for 12 in his first over. This one's on the back foot, driven past the bowler, and it goes straight to the long on area for the left hand, and the batters scramble through for an easy single. 118 for 2. The current run rate is 10.40, required around 10.15, and these batters looking nice and steady. They've got Marcus Stoinis to come. They've got finishers, Tim David and the wicketkeeper Wade. This one's shortish on the back foot, trying to play it on the onside, and Glenn Maxwell not able to make contact. He's been struggling for form these days, Leah. Could this be the day?
I mean, he steps up when Australia really need him. He tends to do that.
As Kuldeep Yadav comes in, this one's again a reverse sweep, and he gets this one towards the cover point, deep cover point area, the sweeper as they call it these days, and they go through for a single. Maxwell 18 of 8. He's had 10 of 2, and is looking comfortable there, Leah.
Yeah, he's the only batsman in the Australian lineup that made a 50 against Afghanistan in the last match.
As Yadav bowls, this one's on a good length and head respectfully on the front foot, pushing it towards the short extra cover. No chance of a run.
And I think this one is another of those moments where Australia really need him, and Maxwell has a tendency to step up in those situations.
Exactly. And Kuldeep Yadav, he's a match winner, and this one's over pitched, and he hits it hard and high right over the long off area, and it goes straight into the stands for another 6 at the end of over number 12.
That ruins Kuldeep Yadav's figures somewhat, who ends on 1 for 17 after 3.
Yes, indeed. Messi, what have you got from our listeners?
I was just going to tell you Australia is 6 runs behind where India were at the same stage, with 1 more wicket in hand. Kieran says, I remember the goose and the pants, Messi. You can try and distract us with long johns as much as you want. Yes, that was a somewhat embarrassing time, but you're never going to let me forget that, are you? And that's it at the moment on social media. I think people are gripped by the game. Sorry, no. One's just come through from Jay. Says, don't tar us all with the same brush, Bennett. I'm wearing a white linen suit with a cream shirt, black waistcoat, and a midnight worsted tie. I'm hot and uncomfortable as fuck, but damn, I look good. If that's the case, you should send us a photo, Jay, please.
Yes, you should. I do apologize, Jay, if I offended you. I was not meaning to do that anyway. I used to feel really dressed up.
Jay can take as good as he gives.
The only question with that wardrobe.
Don't worry about offending Jay. He'll let you know.
Do you know what? I will make an effort next time. I promise. Okay. You see me in a Akshar Patel being brought back again. Yes, maybe not another tax, but maybe like my boy. But this one, he's put me under pressure now. This is Akshar Patel coming in short and slapped into the cover point area, straight to the field. There's no chance of a run. 125 for 281 needed, or 47. Akshar Patel coming in for his second over, and he bowls. This one's over pitched. Maxwell swings wildly, but he didn't get hold of that. That it goes straight to the deep square leg area, and just a single. A keen battle between bat and ball here. Leah?
Yes, exactly. And I think Maxwell sometimes is a victim of his own proclivity to play unorthodox shots.
And he doesn't care, does he? He just knows only one way. 80 runs, 46 balls, almost 2 runs a ball, around 10-ish, 11 runs and over required on the back foot, chopped away, but finds this the point fielder. They're clever bowling by Aksa Patel. He's bowling to his field, and there's a lot of applause in the crowd. A keenly contested phase of the game, shortish, and again this time square cuts, and he finds no fielder, but it goes deep to the deep cover point area, and the batters can get only a single. Leah, single is alone and it's not going to help them, is it?
No, absolutely not. And this is a much better over from Akshay Patel second time up.
Indeed, and at the end of this over there's going to be a change, and it's Akshay Patel who is bowling the 13th over of the innings. It's going to be Maxwell. This time he swings wild, didn't get hold of it again, and they've got all their better fielders in the end. On that side is one of the better fielders in the world, Jadeja, who runs around, picks up and throws it back again. Just the one, 128 for 2. Just the one ball remaining before we do a change.
Yes.
The current run rate is 9.97, required 10.88. Creeping up on the back foot, drives this one straight to short extra cover area. No chance of a run. Australia chasing a victory target of 206 at the end of over number 13. A 128 for 2. The batters out. David Warner for 6. And Mitchell Marsh for a well-compiled 37. The batters at the wicket. Travis Head on 63 and Glenn Maxwell on 19. It's time for a change. Thank you.
Hi. Thank you.
Thank
Before
you,
I go,
everyone.
I just want to remind people that we will be covering the match between Bangladesh and Afghanistan on White Line Wireless tomorrow, so you can listen to it on Gorilla Cricket or go to twitch.tv/White Line Wire and follow us tomorrow or tonight in English time.
Well, I'm being joined by Mogster, and we also should have Dylan, if he's there. Kuldeep Yadav, it's bowled Maxwell. He's bowled one, top spinner, he's come down a track to smash him in the leg side. He's missed it as Maxwell. His middle stump has been pegged back. Ooh, and that is a big wicket.
So get on your bike and take a hike right out of here. Your history, no good for me. No good for me. Your history, nah, 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 nah.
As he walked past it, it was either the wrong un or the top spinner. It didn't turn at all, and he just basically walked past it, got bowled. Maxwell goes.
Which one of us wants to take credit for that?
I don't know.
Well, it's a big wicket for India, and they'll be elated to have broken that partnership that was building between Maxwell and Head.
Yeah, that's true. Stoinis is a man who can hit a long ball. His bowling might not be that good, but occasionally his batting can come off, and he can score bigger runs. This is Jingle.
All the side wants is a Marcus Stoinis. He's the solution, and all the side wants is a Marcus Stoinis. Yeah.
Yeah, walked past that one, not good. And he'll face up to Kuldeep, who has now got 2 for 17 or 3.1. Pick of the Indian bowlers so far, you'd have to say. Australia.
It's just that element of mystery that he brings to the attack for the batsman. Not quite sure.
True, he is at his last over though, and Stoinis defends that first ball back to the bowler, and there is no run. And I think Australia would take 78 or 40 to win the game, having conceded as many runs as they did with 7 wickets in the hutch. They've still got some power hitters left. Tim David can give it some humpty, and there must be another top order batsman who can give it some, because they've only lost 3, so I'm forgetting somebody. That one's batched up to long on, and there's there is Wade, yeah, for a single. Is he number 6, Wade? Is he not number 7? Tim David.
Good question.
I guess we've had the top order, yeah.
Wade.
Tim David
coming in at number 7.
Yeah, Wade is coming in at 7.
Yeah. followed by Pat Cummins, who also can hold a bat.
Yeah. Well, Travis Head is still there as well, and he pulls that out and manages to miss the 3 fielders on the leg side. Gets it between them and pulls it for 4. Sorry.
Travis Head.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary, crossing a boundary.
There's quite a space between them, wasn't there?
Indeed, he's pressing on here for Australia. He's a real anchor for the side now, going into this chase.
Well,
let's see if he can pull something miraculous off.
His run rate isn't too far behind what Rohit was hitting at. Goes back, cuts that one out to the cover fielder, get himself a single.
I completely agree with you, Bear. It just seems that his timing is right up there and far better than the other batsmen so far.
Yeah, well, Maxwell. What did he get? I mean, Maxwell got about 20, but he got it off not many balls. So I mean, that's what everyone's got to do. And you've got a lot of wickets left in the hutch, as you say. Pat Cummins can certainly hit a long handle. He's at 8. Not so much left. Well,
okay, let's see how Kuldeep finishes things off here with his final ball.
And Stark can hit it as well. That's clipped into the leg side by Stoinis. He'll get himself a single, and Kuldeep finishes with great figures of 2 for 24 off of his 4 overs.
It's been wonderful watching Kuldeep bowl. He's one of the premier wrist spinners in world cricket at this stage. The control that he's developed, the guile, the mystery.
He's also put on that extra 5, 6, 7 kilometres an hour, which was I thought he was too slow back in 2019. They were just showing it on there. He was bowling at an average of 44 kilometres an hour back then, which was too slow. Now he's in the low 50s, which is about right.
44 kilometres.
Yeah.
But it's been amazing to see him develop into such a.
No, must be miles.
Such an
actually,
accomplished spin bowler.
It's miles.
Yeah, it must be miles an hour. Sorry, yeah, what am I on about? But yeah, 44 he was bowling at an average in the World Cup 2019. He's now embarrassing 53 miles an hour. So.
Because you would say, as a spinner, if you bowl slower, you force the batsman into kind of making their shots, but it's got to be quick enough so they can't sit on it as well.
Exactly. Oh dear. And there is another wicket. Stoinis is gone. Oh dear, it's all going wrong for Australia right now. Stoinis has reverse swept that straight to Hardik Pandya, who's a backward point. You know what? You can have this one, Stoinis.
Fuck off! Just fuck off!
Well, I mean, the much anticipated contribution from Stoinis with the bat has not come for Australia. And it's looking quite tight here in this run chase, wouldn't you say, Bear?
It is looking quite tight. I still think whilst Head is out there, they've got a chance, I'd have to say. If someone can get with him, exactly one of the bowlers. It'd have to be Tim David pretty much now, wouldn't it?
That is right, yeah.
Won't be that odious little Cyst Wade.
Yeah, Matthew Wade can bat, even though I fucking hate him. Anyways, a jingle for Tim David. BBL jingle. It's quite quiet, that one, Mo.
That's what level they all were until recently you told me you didn't care.
Well, I want them louder.
I'll go back and redo them all like Taylor Swift, shall I?
Yeah, no.
There we go. Tim David arrives at the crease. We know how hard he can hit the ball.
Yeah, he's a big unit, Tim. And he's going to face up to Axar Patel. They've got 3 spinners, of course. They're using the Indians, and we know the Aussies generally like pace. Never been that good against spin. That one's driven out to cover and there's no run. But 71 off 34 balls, over 2 runs a ball, 12 and over. Capable of doing it. Axar Patel around the wicket, tosses that one up a little bit. Ooh, attempted cut, too close to him.
So given that Travis Head is now set, it's up to Tim David to just acclimatise to the conditions and really set himself in.
And then launch. It's going to have to be from both ends. That one is driven up to mid-off, and there's no run. I guess Australia will probably from here go, if we can stay, if these two can stay at the crease and give themselves 40 off the last 3, They give themselves an even money shot, probably.
They've certainly got the ability to pull it off. It's just about maintaining that composure.
Yeah, exactly.
Under the pressure.
Well, there'll be some pace at the end, no doubt. Axar is in. It's cut and cut well by Head. Misses the fielder at cover. There's no one behind him. Goes out to where the extra cover boundary would be.
That was a valiant effort from Rohit Sharma at cover, but it was all in vain as it just races away from 4 there from Travis Head. Lovely shot.
Lovely.
1, 2, 3, 4.
He just dragged it down a bit and pushed it a bit wide, did Axar.
Amazing how Travis Head just picks up length so quickly. Very little margin for error for the bowlers.
Nope. It's drilled up to long off, where it's fielded. It'll be a single. So 6 and a wicket off that over. 65 required off 6 overs. So marginally under 11 and over required.
That's not too tough.
No. Is it 6 overs?
Stephen Koch says something about the underwhelmed way Bear announces a wicket that convinces me the afterlife does not exist.
Well,
there's no exit in a blaze of glory, only the end.
Yep, that's about right. No, there's 5 overs left. 30 balls, 66 required, 65 required, which is slightly more. That's over 12 and over. Nearly 13.
Something has got to give for the Australians here.
It does indeed. Needs a big. Mitchell Stark can hit a long ball as well, so you fancy him to hit some sixes. The problem is you've got no time to acclimatise whatsoever. You've got to go from the off, and that you wouldn't necessarily think that they can do. Well, Arshdeep's back into the attack. It's gone for 20 off 2 overs, and the first ball is drilled but straight at cover. It's fielded by Rohit, and they don't go for the run. At the moment, you have to say India in the box seat. What the odds that the bookies are saying? Might have put a little flutter on Australia.
Any bets on this innings, Bear?
Yeah, I lost them. I had a run out for the last wicket and blah blah blah.
Oh dear.
You got much of the Indian innings once though, didn't you?
No, I didn't in the end, which is really annoying.
Well, last time I take advice from you on betting.
Well, you know. Occasionally I go for weird things just to keep the interest up. Big swing, no ding from Travis Head, but then Pant has missed it as well, and I think it's going
races away from 4.
It's going to be 4 byes, I believe.
Viewers on social media, let us know what you think.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, everyone missed it. Pant missed it. He was on the move when it came through. Well, Australia 12-5, which seems a bit short. And India 3-1 on currently at the bookies.
What would they know?
No, I don't think any of them are that poor, Mog, so they know a fair amount.
Well, they know how to take your money.
Yes. Arshdeep is in, and he's clipped up to long on.
I think that's the right idea with the length from Arshdeep. Travis Head just struggling to get underneath
the full ball. Yeah. Well, the run rate's dropped to 8.4, but India's dropped to 7 in this period.
Cannot afford to let it slide, Australia. We've got to pick up the pace now.
Yeah, they do.
There's no other option.
Well, India didn't score that many. They scored a 14 off the 19th over, didn't they, with Stoinis bowled, but either side of that, they didn't do actually that well. Only 1 run off. Well, no, I suppose 5 off this over, 4 byes and a single. Tim David just plays that out to cover, and there is no run. He's shouting at someone to do something in the crowd, but he looks like he's doing it at square leg. I don't know how that's affecting him.
Well, it was a shame. Maxwell looked in sensational touch during his short stay at the crease, but it's fortunate that he couldn't continue on.
Yeah.
Travis Head has been anchoring the side and doing very well. So let's see if he can push on and get a result here for Australia.
Well, exactly. He needs to stay there, hit the odd 4, carry on as he is. He's got 74 off 40. Arshdeep in to bowl to Tim David. He pulls that with no timing whatsoever out towards deep square leg. We'll get himself a single.
Again, tactful bowling from Arshdeep Singh. He's an intelligent young man. Has really come in and Been a revelation for India, cramping up Tim David for room. Couldn't get away.
147 for 4 after 15.5. And Australian fans looking a little bit nervous, drinking their rum. Pant has lost his cap.
It's all happening here at St. Lucia.
It is all happening at St. Lucia. The wind is bloody strong.
It's like the charge of the Light Brigade.
Yeah, it must be quite difficult to bowl in, to be honest. 59 required from 25, and Arshdeep pulls out of his runner. I'm not sure if Travis Head was ready.
Was he blown off course?
Blown off course, yeah.
Like Hardick was earlier.
So it'll be 60 off of 4, roughly, which is 15 and over. It's a couple of very large overs here. An over 30 would do some serious damage, wouldn't it? Anyway, Arshdeep in, last ball of the over. Good ball in at the pads and very full, and Travis Head can only chunk it out towards deep, wide, long on. Well, Surya Kilmar fields, he'll get a single, he'll take the strike, retain it. 58 required off 24.
Sensational over there from Arshdeep Singh.
Yeah.
Wonderful bowler.
He's only got one left. Who's got overs left? Hardick must have one left. Jadeja's got a few, I thought. Two.
Did they bowl? They didn't bowl Boomer out, did they?
No, they wouldn't have bowled Bummer out. I'm going to have a look at the scorecard and see who's got what left.
In the meantime, Leah says apparently the sons of Flintoff and Vaughan are currently playing against each other. One of them is in the Lions squad, the other in an invitational side. So there's the future of your English cricket. Nepo babies.
Yeah. Well, apparently Flintoff's kid scored a ton for England under 19s. Right, who's bowled? Arshdeep's got one left, Jasper's got two, Aksar's got one, Hardick Pandya's got one, and Jadeja's got 3. So they've used 6 bowlers, so they've got room for manoeuvre. And they've got 3 from pace. So we've got to find an over from either Hardick or one of the spinners. Jasprit Bumrah is back into the attack for the 17th over. He's pulled by Travis Head out towards wide, long on, and that'll be a single. And they're looking a bit flummoxed here, Australia. They can't get going. They need boundaries, and they just can't seem to find them.
It looks like you can see the fatigue slowly creeping up on Travis Head.
Yeah.
He's looking a little bit drained at this point in time.
A lot of swinging and not really connecting properly.
That's right.
He has had to carry the innings on his back, so no wonder he's tired.
Yeah.
That's true, Alex.
Well, Rohit, yeah, this is the difference, isn't it? I mean, Rohit carried the Indian innings. He scored at a quicker rate. But he wasn't there at the end, and Travis Head looks like he might be. Down the track comes Tim David. Times that sweetly, but only as far as wide, long on. He'll get himself a single. And that's no good. You've got to get over the boundary, Tim. Needs some big hitting. He's capable of it. He's a big unit, as I said.
That's what everyone says about him. He has no other characteristic other than he's a big unit.
Yeah. Well, you know, it counts.
And that gold chain, I suppose.
Wow.
Even his gold chain is a big unit.
Yep. That's what you need to hit the ball a long way, isn't it? Be a big unit. And they've got deep point, long on, long off, deep mid wicket.
Bumrah coming around the wicket now.
Oh no, that could be it. Travis Head has tried to work down to the leg side. It's gone straight up in the air. He's gone. Rohit Sharma comes in at cover. He takes a few steps outside the 30-yard ring. Travis Head goes. That could be the game. Could be Australia out of the World Cup. He's not a happy bunny. He batted well. He got 76 off 43. No one else has really done enough with him for Australia. And well, we have to say goodbye to Travis
well, it's
Head.
clear as day that could be the kiss of death for Australia in this tournament.
I think it is the kiss of death. I can't see them coming back from here. It's going to dent their net run rate. It's going to make it. It's going to be interesting to see how much their net run rate gets dumped here, because they're what? They've got how many balls left? 15, 16, 18, 21 balls. They need 56 runs. If they fall 30 runs short, which they might not do because there's some big hitting to come, but they need to get close. They need to sort of get within probably 20 runs or so, 20, 25 runs.
So if we're looking at the consequential effect of Afghanistan and Bangladesh's fixture coming up, How do you think this could play out?
Well, this is what I mean. They've only got 0.8 run of a difference between Afghanistan and Australia in net run rate. Australia plus 0.2 and Afghanistan are minus 0.6 something. So not a lot of difference. 20 runs here could really matter at the end of the day. 20 runs for this lot, and then Afghanistan win by 20 runs might be enough to swing it. Certainly Afghanistan will feel they're in the game. There's a bit of a misfield there at point by Jadeja, who then gets sort of stroppy and then refuses to field it.
So here we go. Matthew Wade at the crease now is an experienced campaigner. We've seen what he's done in the past. I think in the 2021 World Cup semi-final against Pakistan, he played a crucial role in getting Australia over the line.
He did it. Didn't he in the final as well against England? Or maybe in the group game against England.
Feculent little pustule.
Yes, he is a man. I can't stand Matthew Wade. He's an annoying twat.
That's a bit harsh.
And it's not. Jasprit Bumrah is over the wicket to Tim David. And leaves it through to the keeper and there's no run. He's just an angry shit. I mean, in that game against England, when he basically bunted the ball back because he pulled out just as whoever it was going to bowl, and then got all stroppy about it not being called a dead ball. It's like you fucking dead batted the ball back to the bowler. It can't be a dead, you know. It's that kind of thing that fucking irritates me. But I don't know. You've got me. I'm going again now.
Do it.
No. Pulling back. Jasprit Bumrah is in, and it's clipped. Good timing by Tim David out to deep mid.
But again,
it's only a single.
Australia need a lot more than Tim David walking across and simply glancing it. He really does need to go now if Australia are going to stand any chance in this chase.
Yes. Well, they've got 18 balls left. I reckon 6 sixes, 4 fours. See, that's the kind of level of boundary hitting they need, isn't it? 6s, 32s, 4 fours. Right. Yeah, that would be 52 in boundaries. Yeah, so it's that kind of level you're talking about, spread over 18 balls. Maybe 2 less than that. Maybe they can get 8 less than that in boundaries.
In response to your weird things, Bear, Jay Grover says, occasionally I go for weird things just to keep the interest up, and that's why I keep getting arrested.
Oh dear.
Jay, yeah, okay. Well,
so we're not just talking about cricket there, I presume.
No, that's Jay. His weird things. Well, Matthew Wade is going to face up. Look at that. He's got an Antipodean fucking tash as well. They're horrible.
Like
as
a
well.
little shit mushroom, he is.
Yeah.
Stump.
Arshdeep's going to bowl his final over.
So let's see what Matthew Wade can do as he takes on Arshdeep Singh.
Hopefully nothing.
Hit him in the mentalobial sulcus. That'll fucking fix him.
Arshdeep. Well, he's edged it. He's out. First ball.
Oh,
excellent.
Dear.
Couldn't happen to a nicer fucking man. Piss off, Wadey. 53 required off 17 deliveries. They put in a slip, and it's a shocking shot. Well, it's not a shocking shot for Matthew Wade. He had to play it. He's thinking maybe it didn't carry. He's swearing at himself. Good. Sod off. I think the umpires will come together. Did seem a little bit of a late sort of flop on the ball from the slip, but I do think he caught it.
God, I hope I haven't celebrated too early.
Yeah, same here.
How embarrassing.
It would be.
That's a short and futile state of the crease for Matthew Wade. There's just some speculation around the catcher. Let's see what's going to happen.
Oh, I bet
Josh Inglis would have done better.
Of course he didn't carry. What decision is pending as per normal? Let's have a look. It's
Moment
not
of
no
truth
ball.
here.
He's had a flash at it. It's gone. Has he got there? Yeah. Ooh, yeah, definitely got that.
Yes,
Kept
he
his hand underneath it.
Cleanly taken.
Himself on top of it.
Yeah, his hand's up. He's underneath. He scooped it as Kuldeep. That's a good catch. It was dropping on him.
Abject little shit pile.
It's definitely a clean catch. His hands go onto the ground, but his back of his hand is definitely underneath the ball. The ball doesn't touch the grass for me. I'm calling it. There we go. This is a
if
good
it's not
one.
given out, we riot.
Please fuck off, you useless twat.
Excellent. That's a good catch. He's definitely scooped.
It's a good catch and a clean catch of that. I don't think there's any contact with the ground whatsoever.
No, I don't think so either.
They're just selling the drama by taking this long.
Yeah, so is that a golden duck for Matthew Wade?
I think it was 1 off 2.
That's a shame.
He faced a couple of balls.
Ah, well. Go and cry in the changing room, Wadey.
Matthew Wade departs 1 off 2.
Well, this is getting worse for Australia, isn't it? 153 for 6. They've only got 17 balls left, and they're a long way short. This is going to do their net run rate no good.
On their way to an unassailable victory against Australia here at St Lucia.
Certainly looks that way. Pat Cummins has come out. Of course, he's not skipper anymore, so he doesn't do a skipper's innings. We'll give him a jingle, though.
Paceman Pat, and his baggy green cap. Early in the morning, just before the warm-up, he has to pull out with a dodgy back.
Patrick Cummins!
Yeah, it's Big Bad Pat. I like Pat. He's kind of the opposite of Matthew Wade. He's kind of a nice Australian, even though, you know, he is an Australian cricket team, and I can't like him too much.
Even I don't mind him.
Yeah, no.
That's how nice he is. That's just outrageous.
Kind of un-Australian Australian. Archdeep, it's in. He had a big swing. It's gone straight up in the air. I don't think it's going to carry for 6.
Oh dear.
It's not going to be caught though. It drops short of the man coming in from mid-off. Well, Anindo this morning was thinking that the can't, you know, India were going to do their usual shit against Australia and get absolutely hammered, but they've done the business. Maybe it is their time. Australia will be fearing the worst.
It'll be disappointing if India does actually win the whole thing, but I can no longer say, win something, India.
Well, they've won stuff in the past. They just haven't won anything for a while, and obviously with all the amount of money that they pour into their game and the fact that they're infinitely more wealthy than anyone else on the planet when it comes to cricketing terms, that's going to be a wide down the leg side. And
got something.
Yeah, no. That's a horrible wide down the leg side. And the fact that, you know, India have all that money, I think people to a certain degree do like to see them fail at the last. Kind of gives you the last laugh, but
and it's a good point.
A little bit less strutting about
funding, because looking at some of the associate nations in this tournament, specifically the United States, it's become quite clear that funding and opportunities, you know, acts as probably the main barrier for these nations. I really do feel like if the United States get more support in the future, there could be a force to reckon with.
Well, Tim David has finally launched one down the ground. I think that's gone for 4. Yeah, it has. Yeah, a very good stop from whoever was diving across from long off. But it is 4 runs. Is that Kohli? Yeah, it was Virat. Of course, he had to get himself on camera.
He's really not been on much, though.
No, it's because he's done.
It's a little disconcerting. What's going on?
Well, it's because he hasn't scored any runs. Oh, he did actually manage to scoop it in.
Well, that doesn't matter.
Well,
they managed to friggin' show him in matches he's not even playing in.
Well, maybe because it's not the BCCI doing it. Well, it is almost the BCCI, the ICC, but you know.
Cynical.
Down the leg side. Through to the keeper and there's no one. And maybe they realise there's a worldwide audience and maybe they just don't want to watch Kohli. It's another wide.
They've received some letters from concerned viewers.
Upset other nationals.
I'm sick of seeing this stupid angry camel head.
Well, so that means it looks like England were going to play India then in the semi-finals. Nice, and that'll be on Thursday at 3:30 in the afternoon. Big game.
Make sure you tune in. There's going to be a sensational game.
Will be. I don't know where it's being played. It's Guyana, isn't it? That's a full toss. That's gone straight up in the air.
Straight
I
up
don't
in
think
the air.
He's got enough on that. There he has, you know.
Oh,
that's a miss.
Jesus.
He's a big unit because he's completely mistimed that
As we've
really
said many times.
But somehow it's managed to get over long off for 6 runs.
Maybe Singapore's greatest cricketing export can save the day.
Well, fortune favours the brave as Tim David finally looking to throw the kitchen sink at something here.
How many balls have you got left? What are we in?
14.
14. A lot of 6s. Well, 6 6s gets you 36.
They won't even need that full 14 then. Piece of piss.
Yeah, 7 6s are 42.
I guess mathematically it's not done until that point. 1666. The devil's in there somewhere.
Tim David will be looking to launch now.
Yeah, he will do. Of course. Well, oh dear, he's out. He's got to work down to the leg side. It's kind of a waist-high full toss. Somehow he's managed to skew it off the outside half of his outside edge to. They have got a slip in. It's about a second or third slip, and he's quite deep. But somehow I'm trying to work down the leg side. He's got it must be virtually the back of the bat, and it's gone.
It seems impossible to me how he's managed to get that there.
Yeah,
he's launched it straight into the hands of
Jasprit Bumrah.
Jasprit Bumrah there at slip.
He's not even at slip actually. He's at short third man. He's on the 30-yard circle.
Defied the laws of physics there to just get that.
Indeed. Well, and that was only 15 off 11 by the big hit in Tim David. So
that's really about what he's been contributing, but he just does it quickly.
Well, you know, and for that reason, he also gets a.
Fuck off! Just fuck off!
Oh, to go with a jingle that actually is about right for that ball.
I might say
it's wicked to try and see. A smooth full toss is a guarantee there. Shit gets wicked, obviously. Shit gets wicked, so shit gets wicked.
What were you going to say, Dylan?
I mean, the first time I heard the F off sound effect, it did throw me off guard. I thought it was one of the commentators.
No, but it could have been.
It could have been.
This is guerrilla cricket, Dylan. You're getting properly versed in what it is to be here now. This is a proper day. That's played out to deep square leg, vegetative fields, and there's no run. Yeah, as I told you yesterday, this isn't the BBC, you know.
I'm loving it. It's good fun. It's good fun.
Well, Archdeep finishes.
Australia's choking.
Well, yeah, Australia.
Mitchell start coming into what seems like a certain victory now for India.
Indeed. And they actually need to get some runs on the board to try and protect some net run rate here.
That's the only factor that will save.
Because they're 40 adrift, and there's only 2 overs left. They want to cut that in half. They want to try and get 10 and over and cut that in half because it's going to knock 0.3, 0.4 off their net run rate. Suddenly they'll be at minus 0.2, and Afghanistan are only about at minus 0.6. So.
I really admire the way Travis Head took Bumrah to the cleaners in his first over.
Yeah, probably easier when it pulls a little bit harder as well. Stark has a big swing, no ding. They're going to try for a run out, but it misses the stumps. They might even try and get back for 2. But they don't in the end. There's a bit of ugly cricket there. Missed swing by Stark through to the keeper. Pat Cummins wanted to run anyway. So they got through for a bye. That was just an extraordinary shot from Tim David.
But I think it just speaks to the quality of batsmen like Travis Head and Rohit Sharma when you really look at how this wicket has been playing up, sticking in a little bit. But these batsmen still seem to have light years of time.
Yeah, there's been 2 really good innings throughout the day, and everyone else has been a little bit bits and pieces. So I guess Surya Kumar could have had a big innings. He kind of gave it away. He looked in.
I just feel like he seems to rush himself a little bit, Surya Kumar.
Well, he chased the ball he didn't need to chase, didn't he? Especially at that point in the game, they were so far ahead of the game. Exactly. Yeah, just let it go for a wide and then try and hit the next one straight.
He hit a 6 the very next ball. He didn't have to go for that, and I just feel if he gives himself that little bit more time, he'll do very well, Surya Kumar.
Yeah. Well, Cummins facing up. Bumrah coming in. 3rd ball of the over. Has a big swing. It's gone in the air. Might have got enough on that. Has he? It's with the wind. Yeah. It's gone for 6. That will help them. That'll make them feel a little better.
Much needed boundary for Australia. Closing the gap for the sake of their net run rate.
This is about the time that we might as well ask, what's the footy tonight? Who's playing tonight? Are you following the footy as well, Dylan?
I'm a Chelsea fan, so it's not a... Oh, I mean the Euros.
Euros.
I'm not quite sure what's happening with the Euros. Would you enlighten me a bit?
No, that's what I was asking. I was asking. I can't remember what games it is tonight. That's a good ball from Bumrah. Through to the keeper and there's no run. But it's final games week, isn't it? So there's 2 games going on at the same time.
Who do you support, Bear?
What, the footy? Obviously England. I'm hoping.
No.
I'm a Liverpool supporter.
Oh, Liverpool. Okay.
We lost Klopp. I'm very upset.
Oh yeah.
Don't know what Schlot's going to be like, but if he apparently he plays similar to Klopp, in which case he's inherited a decent squad for that way of playing. Hopefully, we don't drop too many places with change of manager syndrome, which is
just
always
when
possible.
Chelsea was starting to do well, they've recovered to finish at 6th place. Another change of manager.
Well, it sounds like Poch wasn't very happy with the way management operated, was he? That one's cut out to points by Cummins, who got himself a single.
Well, India really closing the gap here on Australia, and it seems quite clear what's going to happen in the next stage of the tournament.
Apparently it's Albania, Spain and Croatia, Italy.
Ooh, Italy probably have to win, having lost to Spain. I think Croatia are
Thank
on
you
3.
to Locats for advising us of that.
Croatia, Italy is a knockout. Could be a knockout game then, yeah, because they've both got 3 points, I think. Ooh, interesting. Albania, I think they've got none. And they've been unlucky as well. I think they were leading against Italy, and then Italy took the lead late on, and the same with Croatia. That's played straight by Stark up towards long on. They're going to come back for 2, and they'll make it. It's a good throw, but they'll get back for 2. 29 required. We're from 1 over. That's doable. 5 6s gets you home.
Good luck with that. Ravi Natarajan says Mitch Marsh is a twat. He disrespected the championship trophy last time. So happy to see Australia lose.
Well, you know what? Actually, it's quite easy to work out now, isn't it? So this will be 60 overs. Have Australia batted 60 overs, or have they reduced run rates? But so presumably 20 runs will be about a third of a run off their net run rate.
Which puts them
Well,
back
Hardik
into
Pandya has
negative
been relatively expensive this innings, so we'll see how much Australia will be able to salvage.
Wow, they're bowling Hardik Pandya. I suppose it's the 20th over. Well, yeah, it could be interesting actually. He has been expensive.
We can brace ourselves for some action now. Coming in, Hardik Pandya. Let's see what's going to happen.
Well, the first ball is pumped up too long on. It should only be 1 run. They come back for 2, so that's good running. Yeah, so it'll be around about 0.27 to 0.3 of a run they'll lose off their net run rate. So they'll go negative around about 0.7 to 1, minus 1.2, which means Afghanistan will probably only have to need to win by about 15, 16 runs to overhaul Australia on net run rate, which is an interesting one, or probably chase down the runs in 18.3 overs. Blah blah blah. Oh, that's a good shot. Oh no, it's not. It's out. Oh no, it's not. Jadeja. I think it holds up on the wind there, and
he does not put down many Ravindra Jadeja.
No, the wind seems to be blowing towards him though. So should have carried to him.
Carried, but
maybe got this
just
too fast.
On what you were saying, Bear, I think Afghanistan have been in sensational form, bowling out New Zealand for 75, and obviously beating Australia. So they'll back themselves to do very well against Bangladesh.
It was a bit like Woody the other day. It just dropped on him and it get into a position to catch it.
Clarification for you, Bear. If Afghanistan win, net run rate's irrelevant. I'll have 2 wins and Australia.
Oh, of
1.
course. Oh shit! Yes, of course. I forgot about that. Australia haven't won, have they? They'll remain on 2 points, having lost 2 games out of 3 in the Super 8s.
What a bunch of shit trucks.
Damn, I was getting quite excited about a close run thing and then getting knocked out on net run rate, but of course that's not the case.
Jay's very happy about the Matthew Wade hate that's been happening here.
Well, that's cool. Slower ball
where it came from.
And missed by Stark. And
last 2 balls of the over, Australia appear to be crashing out of the tournament.
They do indeed. Well, they can but hope that Bangladesh beat Afghanistan, because if their run rate even drops, as long as it's above Afghanistan, if Afghanistan lose, then Australia still go through.
No, that doesn't mean Bangladesh could qualify.
Well, they could mathematically.
Comes in.
That's attempted pull
again.
missed again.
Start looking to go over the leg side. He's not been able to connect those over the last few
He's
balls.
cut all the pace off though, hasn't he? I mean, that's probably about 65 miles an hour.
Intelligent bowler there from Hardik Pandya. Just dragging the length back and pace off on this wicket. It's the right way to go, isn't it, Bear?
Yeah, very much so. Especially the tail enders, they're looking not set for a start. Well, this will upset Australians, but that's right. Australia have now got to hope that Bangladesh beat Afghanistan, and they can beat them quite easily.
Final ball.
Yes, and it's just flapped into the pitch. Hardik Pandya doesn't go to pick it up, but someone does. Rohit does the sensible thing and says, we've got to make the ball dead, mate. So he picks it up, and that is the end.
Comprehensive win for India.
Indeed, comprehensive win indeed. They win by 24 runs. Easy in the end. It was all hanging on Travis Head's head. And to a lesser degree, Maxwell. Marsh had a pretty good innings. Sensational catch by Axar Patel to get Mitch Marsh out, actually. He just sort of stuck a hand up as the ball was passing him at deep square leg at full stretch like a goalkeeper, and it stuck. And that probably won them the game because Marsh was looking pretty good at the time. Travis Head went on to get the odd 70, and he looked a different class. But towards the end, much the same as the India innings, once the wicket started to fall, no one could really get in and punish it. It was that one innings.
We thought Australia could have been in the game because
they were definitely in the game at 10 overs, weren't they? I mean, at 10 overs they needed about 100 off 10, and they were 2 down and 2 batsmen
because
set.
Australia completely constricted the flow of runs after Rohit Sharma fell in the back of the first innings, and they got off to a flying start with Travis Head. So they were well on their way to chasing the target, but unfortunately, as it happened, they lost the wickets and they couldn't get across the line.
Indeed. Which brings a tantalising semi-final of England versus India on Thursday at 3:30. We'll be here to cover that. Unfortunately, I've got to run off and go and pick up my car now, so we're not going to hang about. But a great win by India, and thank you everyone for watching. Any last words?
Fuck off, Australia.
Fuck off, Australia.
It's been a pleasure, Gorilla Views, and we'll look forward to a thrilling semi-final.
Indeed.
Please do tune in.
We will be back. Wireless will be back for tonight's game, and then there's a day off. There's 2 days off for us over here because obviously tomorrow daytime there is no game, and Wednesday is a day off before the semi start on Thursday. So we'll see you on Thursday from this side of the world, I guess. Can't even say an ocean because there's a lot of shit between us and Australia. It's
a harsh way of describing France, but yeah.
Well, there's France. There's a lot of other countries in between, continents even. So yeah, we'll be back on Thursday. We'll be on air at 3:20 for a tantalising game matchup: England versus India.
Lovely.
I don't even know where it's at. Actually. I think it's in Guyana. Let's have a quick check on where it is actually. Because we will be, this is the thing, they don't even tell you actually. We'll be the first semi-finals, won't we? Are we the first semi-final? And we get the extra time as well, don't we? Thursday, first semi, 1:30 AM. That's not us, so we must be the second semi then. Providence is Guyana, I believe, isn't it? I think it's Guyana.
No, it's not Rhode Island. That one's not.
Yeah, it's Guyana. So we're at Guyana, which is a turning track. Slow, low turner. Looks like India are in the box seat. Mind you, we've got Adil Rashid, who's the #1 rated T20 bowler in the world. So we shall see. And we've got a couple of other useful spinners as well, I suppose.
A wonderful contest.
It will be a wonderful contest. 2 good teams who are currently in form. We shall see how
England seem to be peaking at the right time as well. They had a tough start to the tournament, but they really built momentum, and it'll be good to see.
Yeah, they kind of stumbled a bit against South Africa. I think they probably felt they should have got a lot across the line there. Of course, they thumped the USA and they thumped the West Indies. They thumped themselves out of the group, beating Namibia. They certainly got some big hitters, as have India. So another enticing contest, much like this one was. It was a shame, I think.
Wonderful. Yeah, I personally felt that South Africa, they've been living a little bit dangerously as well, not winning their games convincingly by a large margin. We'll see.
But they've got so much potential that hasn't really come off, hasn't it? If it comes off at the right time at the end of the tournament, they could be a force to be reckoned with. I think today Australia will think they let India get off too. They needed to put more pressure on Rohit and slow him down at the beginning. But Rohit is a star. He's man of the match. And that's it. We're out, and we'll see you on Thursday. Have good ones, peeps.
Take care, everyone.
See you later.
Bye-bye.
Guerrilla crickets. Whoa. Guerrilla crickets. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time has come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know